Greetings!
Welcome. Good evening. Welcome in. It's good to see you again. It's currently June 18th, 2026, and I'm back tonight streaming more Map Labs Mega Mania. This is my second review stream of Mega Mania, where I'm going to play through all the entries and then give them a score and a little review. And I'm excited to play some more entries. It's currently 8:10 p.m. local time, and I'm ready to play some maps. Hi Heppel, by the way, good to see you again. Hi Johnny Quattro, welcome in. And hi Vizzies, good to see everybody. So, excuse me, let me turn my music down just a little bit. I always crank the music too loud. For anybody who is not familiar with Map Labs is a series of Half-Life 2 mapping challenges where a theme is published and entrants are given a limited amount of time to create a Half-Life 2 map for a mod that fits that theme. And then at the end of the Map Labs period, all the entries are collected and combined into an anthology mod that gets judged. And it's really good fun. I think everybody watching right now is probably already familiar with Map Labs, but I always like to explain it just in case anyone is seeing for the first time. Hi John Doc, Galunga. Good to see you. So, last time we played Incident Report, Revitalization, Talgar Complex, Piston, Ziggurat 1, and Nightmare World. And it was a really interesting lineup. I think I bit off a little bit more than I could chew in the first review stream because a few of the maps took me such a long time to beat that I think I got a little bit of fatigue, and that can affect the way that I play the other maps. So I always like to try to make sure that, you know, I'm fair to all the entries and I'm not burning myself out and then maybe not paying as much attention as I should. I was worried that happened a little bit the last time. We have a really interesting spread of scores. I feel like my score for Talgar Complex is a little too low. I think I did them dirty a little bit because I really did like the map. It was just, I got very frustrated because I got lost a few times and I had a bug at the end. So those sorts of things dragged the experience down. I just adjusted my weighted average just now. I'm trying to find the right formula to score the entries exactly how I like. I wanted to try weighting engagement a little bit higher than presentation, and then the bonus goals a little bit higher than the uniqueness score. But I might actually change that yet. I don't know. Like, I'm just playing with these scores. What if I did what if I said the bonus scores are only weighted 0.1 and the uniqueness is 0.1, and then engagement is 0.5. It's going to heavily skew it for engagement. If I did that, interesting. That bumped up Ziggurat 1 and brought down Talgar Complex. That might have been a little bit mean. I don't know. I'm going to keep playing with my scoring system. All of my reviews are kind of a work in progress of how I review maps. I'm always looking for new ways to try to break things down and analyze them. But this challenge, Mega Mania, is all about building a map about a mega structure. So different entrants interpreted that in very different ways. We had one entry, Revitalization, that was like a White Knuckle clone. My map, Microcosm, I haven't reviewed yet, but it's a map about being shrunk and having to enter a machine. So the machine is the mega structure, even though it's regular sized. Incident Report was like SCP. Talgar Complex was also like SCP, but it had more of like a point and click kind of adventure feel to it, whereas Incident Report was action. All these maps felt very different from each other. It's like you never know what you're gonna get. But yeah, we're gonna play the entries, and I'm gonna use my review forum that I've created to review them, and we'll see how they stack up. Without further ado, I better get started. Change my category. I think I'm gonna try to play 3 entries tonight, and I realized that one of the entries is really short, And another one, Microcosm, is my entry. So I'll probably save Microcosm for Saturday, and we'll see how far we get tonight. For that reason, I'm also going to stop using the timers that I was using. I time myself while I'm playing the entries to make sure I have time to get to everyone's entry, but since I think we'll have more than enough time in the next 2 streams, I don't think there's any point in using a timer. If I get stuck, we might end up streaming just one entry tonight, or streaming all of them -1 tonight. We'll see. Yeah, let's get started with Mega Mania. How's everybody doing tonight? Doing good, just mapping for the new comp. Ooh, you're gonna enter in the prop hunt comp. What's your map gonna be like? I have an idea for a map that I've been kind of like thinking about, but I don't think I'll get around to actually working on it. But I'm tempted. So the next map is called Undertopia by Swag GCP. And then tonight we're gonna play Undertopia, Serial Peripheral Interface, and Operation Avalon. Then I will save Microcosm, I2C, and the Deep Afar for Saturday. Unless those mappers are present in the stream and want me to do their maps first. Start with Undertopia. I just woke up and saw your stream. Oh, good timing. Perfect. Here we go. Got some weapons. Undertopia. We are Gordon. By the way, can you guys hear me okay? I didn't do a proper mic check this time. Undertopia, the Mile Low City. Illustrated by Something Industries. Basically mine off of a combined city plus some canals like City 17, but with more of a Western European vibe. Oh, that sounds interesting. Oh, dev texture. We've all been there. We've all left a dev texture in a map. At least I have. Maybe I shouldn't speak for everyone. Kind of a restaurant, store, a cafe. For underground. Got a kick. 0-point energy field manipulator from Combine Industries. So I wonder if this is going to be kind of like an alternate universe take on the Half-Life 2 world. Happy Meal 07 on the billboard, yeah. What's he thinking about? He's dreaming about cheese. Audio sounds good? That's good. I like to do a mic check before I start, but a lot of times I just forget. Back power and security clearance. So I guess this is going to be like a blast pit or power up kind of situation. We need to...
This express has been temporarily suspended until public order has been restored. We apologize for the inconvenience.
I wonder if this is like an alternate universe, or if this is meant to be like the early Combine or something. Could this fit within the Half-Life 2 universe? We'll find out. This kitchen setup seems very similar to the one we started in. Wonder if some of these parts of the map were like copied. I like to do that. Oh. Combine soldiers. Always on guard. Privileges come with service. Got him. Transit square and industrial zone. Oh, so we get an element of choice. You can go either direction. I'll start with the transit square since we already started going that way. Oh, we can see the sky. So we're not exactly underground. We're in a big building, but we're in sort of a mega structure, if you will. Well, who came crawling back to, where are we? Hi, Redonkulous. Welcome in. I'm playing Undertopia. I'm not gonna play all the entries tonight. I think I'm gonna try to save some of them for Saturday, but I'm taking it slow today. Taking my time. Combine Industries. I really liked watching Red Zombies play through earlier. That was a lot of fun. Herda Plaza. Not underground. Yeah. See the sky. This entry, I will say, seems to have the most literal take on a megastructure. It's a building, like a conventional building that houses a whole city inside of it. That's like the Wikipedia definition of a megastructure. BioShock inspiration. Oh, you're right. This does feel like BioShock. Like, I know you're just talking about the font, but the whole concept kind of feels like BioShock too. I thought there was one left. Not. Transit Authority. Indoor City, yeah, exactly. It's a literal megastructure. I gotta say, I'm impressed that someone actually did the, like, a very, like, direct take on a megastructure. Combine Electric. Powering your future. Undertopia's reliable power provider. Laundromat. I like how each of these rooms have like a clear purpose, even though they're very simplified. Like the laundromat is just a regular room, but there's just the washing machines, the dryers. It's a good way to do like what do you call it? Like to let players know what the purpose of a room is. Just give it a very simple, straightforward purpose that doesn't affect the layout. I don't know if I'm making any sense. It makes sense in my head. Wise. Ah. Oh, what happened to this guy? Oh, this looks like it was like a triage area or something. Grenades. Revolver. That's some kind of like a launcher. The outside window reminded you of the air exchange. It does look like that, especially with the red sky. I expected that to be an ambush. Ah, there's the ambush. Oh, man. I'm liking the just simple, straightforward combat against the Combine. The layouts are pretty good here with different elevation and lots of cover. I mean, the laundromat room was a little cheesy because there's only one way in or out. So, like, if the Combine could, like, shoot in from here, that would be kind of cool, but... It's fun. An office. This stairwell looks a little bare, I have to be honest. Oh. Come on. Oh, shotgunner.
Blood loss detected.
Missed. Let's see. Security clearance. That's one of the two things we needed. On my security clearance. Probably get ambushed again. Hit the sky. We have one of our two objectives here, the security clearance. Industrial zone. What do you think these are? Little terminals. Well, public, like, I guess it's like a payphone. Computer. Kinda like this. We just got the Among Us show. I think I saw an ad for that. I was very confused. Why is there an Among Us show? Yeah, 5 years late, exactly. I forgot Among Us existed. Got him. Fine. Hello, you want to pull out a grenade? Thinking about it. Come on, do it. You won't. You won't. He might actually not. Okay, wait. He literally won't. Okay. Never mind. I have enough ammo. Bogus. I don't know if this is a hot take, but Among Us was actually a good trend. Honestly, like, I love deception games. I liked deception games before Among Us was popular, and Among Us came at the exact right time to, like, popularize a deception game where it's not a card game, so you don't need to, like, have a bunch of friends in a room to play. It's something you can play, like, online, but it's got the deception game mechanics. I like how, like, in this map, like, there's, like, different buildings kind of fit together within this space. Like, it's in a different map that might look like a bad thing. It might look like, oh, these are just, like, a bunch of buildings kind of, like, slotted together, you know, but that's, like, clearly the intention. It's supposed to be a megastructure. So I think it works really well. Power plant 36. Oh, wait. Go out into the mega chasm. Nice little traversal method. Can we get through here? No, we can't. Okay, so that is the right way to go. Do a little jump, and then do a little jump. Here we go. Go back. Oh. I don't have a grenade to throw. Turret. Ah. Among Us is almost 10 years old. It feels like it's 5 years old because it got so popular in 2020. But I guess, was it really 2016? I guess that makes sense. I don't think I ever heard about anybody playing it back then. I think these generators should have been like the larger generator prop rather than brushes. It's like they use the small generator and then a big brush when there's like a prop that's this size that would have fit there. That's a total nitpick, but just thought I'd point that out. Back power. 2018. Ah. Lots of Combine soldiers in this entry. I think it's similar to Ziggurat 1, in which I wish there was more enemy variety. This map did have zombies as well, which was good. And I think this map also makes good use of shotgunners versus regular soldiers, versus AR2 soldiers. I always like to see more variety. Okay, still can't go that way. Why do I feel like I haven't got... Oh, no, that was the way around. Oh, they can walk through there. Are they able to walk through? Yeah, even when it's closed. That's actually really clever. Because they probably had to, the mapper probably had to use an info node link to tell the AI that they can travel through there even when the door is closed. That's really cool because players don't usually expect that. Monster Closet Elevator, yeah. A classic. I wonder if there's going to be more to the map, or if this is the end of it. We've completed our objective. This feels too soon. I feel like something's about to happen. I don't know. Oh. I get it now. Custom music? Ooh. What is this music from? I feel like I've heard it before. Is it really original? I like how they're taking cover behind the sign. It's a good reuse of space because that was just like an ambient set piece before. And now it's part of a combat arena. Oh, bad cop. That was fun. From Half-Life Alyx? I don't think that's from Half-Life Alyx. I could be wrong. Thanks for playing. Thanks for making that map. Map by Swag GCP. Music by Zinate. Oh, wait, what did he compose for? He composed for a mod. That name is familiar. But I liked that one. It was like just simple, good, fun Half-Life 2 gameplay. That was called Undertopia. The materials were good. I liked how there were like different building textures inside the structure, so you could tell it was supposed to be like a facade of a city inside of a warehouse. I liked the dark room that had like the flares lighting it up. I would say the aesthetic was notable because of the idea of like a city inside of a warehouse. Very literal take on a megastructure. Props were good. I like the skybox. Sound design was good. I like the custom music. There were some box rooms, I would say. There were some areas where the geometry was very boxy. Some of that was on purpose. But there was like that one stairwell where I noticed it just seemed like under detailed. The Nate has a YouTube with Half-Life music. So that's cool. This opportunity to put a hunter as a mini boss. I thought so too. I was expecting to fight a hunter, but I am almost glad that they didn't because it's become such a cliche. It would be cool to have some kind of a unique mini boss though. I don't know. I liked the elevator. I liked the like monster closet. I liked how the Combine soldiers could walk through a door that was automatic. You don't expect them to be smart enough to do that. Other than that, they didn't really affect the environment too much except for when you blow up the wall. I'll give it half points because I liked when they used the door. Was it highly detailed? There weren't really any empty rooms. There was a few like empty-ish hallways. There were some empty spots. Able to play through without getting stuck. New or interesting puzzle mechanic. Puzzle mechanic is really just turning on the power, which isn't much of a puzzle mechanic. I did like the rocket launcher to blow up the wall. Like, that was cool. It wasn't really a puzzle mechanic. So not really a notable puzzle mechanic. No new NPCs. They were just the Combine soldiers. They were used well. I don't know if it was used in like a notable way. I didn't know who the protagonist was. I understood the setting, but not really the story. I would say yes to this one, but no to the one about the plot. No bugs. I had fun. It got me excited. I'm back, had some food in the oven when we started streaming. Oh yeah, no worries. We just finished Undertopia. Map was very well paced. It didn't really have any like bespoke elements that made me want to replay it. It was well done. Like, it is one that I wouldn't mind playing again. It didn't have anything specifically calling me to replay it. I don't think there was much of a plot arc to this one. I like the concept of the setting, but basically it was just escaping from the city. I think that that gameplay wise it had a satisfactory conclusion, but not really plot wise. But I really enjoyed it. How unique was this map? The gameplay was pretty standard to Half-Life 2, but the setting kind of made it stand apart a little bit. Say a 6 or a 7. Yeah. There was an elevator, there was a shipping container, and that's about it. So I wouldn't say that this map used unique methods of navigation. There was no companion. There was a cool skybox. I don't know if the skybox was like used in a particularly interesting way, but it was It was kind of a story set piece because it shows where we are in relation to the world, so I'll give it points. And it's not a tower. What was my favorite thing about the map? I enjoyed the simplicity of Half-Life 2 style gameplay. Fighting Combine soldiers and zombies, the gravity gun. The map had a very understandable progression and well-designed combat encounters. Your least favorite thing about the map? I think it could have done with more enemy variety. It only contains Combine soldiers, zombies, zombine, and head crabs. That sounds like a lot when I type it out. Didn't feel like a lot in the game. I would have liked to know more about the world that the map is set in. It's an alternate universe. Sort of call it. It's like a abridged version of the HL2 world. What happens when we escape? There's two things that I would like to improve. One would be to add one other enemy type that's fast or poison, zombies, or maybe city scanners or manhacks. Bolster the Combine. The other would be to add some kind of story hook. Beginning makes the player want to get to the elevator and feel satisfied reaching the elevator. Let's see how that scored. I feel like it deserves higher for how much I enjoyed it. I'm not happy with that score. I had a more fun with Undertopia than I did with Nightmare World, even though I feel like they're very similar. Similar maps, similar like kind of gameplay. But I really liked Undertopia. I don't know which categories I set up where it didn't quite get enough points, but I really enjoyed it. If we're going with this score for just the average with no bonus points, that would put it right above Nightmare World and below Revitalization. Sometimes it's like it's hard to score the maps because I feel like there's different ways that I enjoy them. Like some maps are just fun, like fun in the way that Half-Life 2 is fun, and some maps are like trying to be their own thing. Like Revitalization was a White Knuckle clone. So like I enjoyed the fact that it was a White Knuckle clone, but I didn't have very much fun playing it because I'm not very good at playing White Knuckle. So I don't know if Revitalization should get a higher score or a lower score because it's like I don't really I don't want to say I don't like White Knuckle. I do like White Knuckle, but it's like not my preferred style of gameplay. Hi Donuts, welcome. We just played Undertopia, and next we are going to play Serial Peripheral Interface. Serial Peripheral Interface by King Sands on Steam, not Discord. Weird that that's how he's credited. Let's start it.
Hello, in this map, you're going to make a combine squads, 3 of them with 5 soldiers each, and then they're gonna fight enemies and basically your goal is just to make them able to win the best.
So confused. Points remaining 8. Weapon pistol. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm over here now. So, points remaining 8. Weapon pistol, health 100, proficiency average, perks none. So if I do like next option. Oh. Option. Ah, I see. I can. Oh. Oh, so I get to equip him with a weapon, and I can change his health and his proficiency. This is actually fascinating. Wait, hold on. Go back over here. So, I'm gonna give him, let's give him either a shotgun or a revolver. Like a revolver is good. Revolver, choice, and then I can reduce his HP to get points back. Or I can spend points, increase. I'm gonna actually take away some health. He's gonna go down to 70 health. Is this gonna be like an RTS? It seems like it, which is really fascinating to me. I've never, well, I don't want to say never. Help me out, chat. Has there ever been a Map Labs with an RTS entry? I can't think of one, but, you know, there's a lot of challenges I haven't even played. Headcrab canister summon. 1/8 movement speed. Scanner summon. AIDS. Death grenade. For support. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's try this. A scanner summon. We'll say that. Soldier 2, Squad 1. Okay. So this one, I'm gonna try giving him an SMG, and he's gonna have more HP, and he's gonna be actually low accuracy, and he's gonna get some kind of perk. Gonna make him really good, like a floor turret summon. This is the third one? Okay. So this guy, we're gonna give him a pistol. We're gonna give him 100 health and low accuracy, but he's gonna get like something crazy, like a hunter summon or something. Sniper support. Okay, revert choice. Okay, he's gonna get a stun stick. Alright, you guys can't actually see what I'm doing. The points carry over if you make one soldier worse, you can make the next one better. Oh, I didn't know that. Am I doing this right? I feel like I'm not doing this right. What if I make one guy like normal? No, I'm gonna give this one a shotgun. With that choice. He's gonna have like a little bit of extra health. And that's it. Are we gonna have to do this for every single one? Seems like a lot of them. Okay, wait. So, scanner summon. Grenades. Oh, okay. Okay, so these are my guys. Those are my dudes. Got scanners, they've got snipers. Okay, they're doing it. There's like a whole swarm of scanners. There's a mega structure. Go, go, go. Kind of cool. Like, I can't really, like, do anything. I'm just watching. This kind of reminds me of games that I played as a kid where you would, like, trick out a robot and you could, like, assign different parts to the robot and then you'd watch it fight, but you couldn't control it. That's the vibe that I'm getting. But one of my guys died. I don't know how many of them are dead. Mod NPC battles. Yeah, which, to be fair, I like pitting NPCs against each other. Oh, one down. Okay. Okay, so now I get a Combine Soldier. Interesting. So, maybe I'll put myself over in the corner again. Banishing myself to the corner. I'm gonna remove my countdown. Countdown, gotta hide that. Okay. Color for map lab. Okay. Okay, chat. Let's customize our guys. So, we're gonna give this guy a different weapon. We're gonna say this one is gonna get a pulse rifle. He is gonna get 100 health. He's gonna be like be slightly more accurate than normal. He's gonna have very good accuracy. And then he's gonna get like something crazy like a headcrab canister summon. Not enough points? Okay, wait. I go back and I say he's just good. Okay. Now this one is gonna have an SMG. He's gonna have a higher than average health. He's gonna have good aim. And he's gonna get some kind of a something cool that he can use, like grenades. This one is gonna have a shotgun. He's gonna have more health than average. You know, he's gonna have a lot more health than average. I'm gonna give him a bunch of health. And he's gonna get like double movement speed. Let's see. Let's say this guy, he's gonna get a pistol actually, but he's gonna have extra health. He's gonna have very good accuracy, and he's gonna get like some kind of an ability like Oh, a floor turret summon would be cool. Maybe a roller mine? No. Sure. Pocket manhack. Pocket manhack sounds cool. Okay, so this one is gonna have a crossbow. He's gonna have a little bit less health than usual. He's gonna be like really accurate, and he's gonna have like some kind of a cool summon, like sniper support. That would work. Okay, let's see how our boys do. I like the shotgunner who's like extra fast. Oh, head grabs. Bad way to die. Don't blow yourselves up. My strat is going to be a bunch of fast-moving shotgunners, I think. Like this guy, I'm going to make him, he's going to have a shotgun. Do I dare move myself again? Yeah, I'm going to move myself over here. Okay. This guy's going to have a shotgun. He's going to have 200 HP or more. 150 HP. He doesn't need proficiency. He can actually be inaccurate because he needs accuracy. And then he's gonna get double movement speed. And then that's gonna carry over to the next one. He's gonna get a shotgun. Gonna get a bunch of HP. He doesn't even need accuracy. And he's gonna get double movement speed. This one is gonna be different. This one, I'm gonna give him a crossbow. He's gonna have just regular health. He's gonna have good accuracy, I think. And then he's gonna have like some kind of crazy summon. Like whatever I can get him, like a hunter summon. So then we get another one. Pulse rifle. Better than average health. Average aim. And then like, again, I want something ridiculous. Like, hunter summon is good. Sniper support is good, but actually maybe roller mine swarm. I think I'm going with the roller mine swarm. This guy, so I'm gonna revert a choice, make him maybe less accurate, give him less health. I'll do one more really strong one. Double movement speed. Let's see what happens. We've got a hunter. This kind of reminds me of what it was like testing Easy 2 sometimes when I was working on the code. Hunter is stuck. The shotgunners can't hit anything because I gave them all bad at aim. If they also can't die because I gave them so much health. I don't really need to hit anything. Sector is not secure. We do have an ad break, so I'm gonna quick pause the game just to be respectful of the viewers on Twitch who might be watching ads. What do you guys think of this entry so far? So this was called what is it? Serial something interface? Serial peripheral interface. I really wasn't expecting this because I've never played a map labs like this before. This is gonna get a 10 on uniqueness. I'm curious how it works. Most of the things that you can modify are exposed to inputs, at least in map base, if not in default Half-Life 2. So it makes perfect sense to me that probably they're using like some kind of input controller. It might be a vScript. It might just be a player proxy. I haven't done much with like the key control stuff, so I don't really know how that works. But it's probably a vScript, and when you make a selection, it just fires an output to the NPC. It's really smart. It's really clever. I would like to see a map that expounds on this by giving you companion characters and letting you upgrade your companions. Like maybe you spend resources to get them a better weapon or to improve their accuracy. I kind of want to make that map, actually. That sounds fantastic to me. This is a really cool idea. We have an ad break for just about another minute and 30 seconds, so I'm going to quick go to the BRB screen. I'll be right back. Back. Thank you for waiting. Ad break just ended for me. Yeah, I think I see the ad breaks at different times from when people actually experience the ads, which is not good. But let's see what happens next. I have this thought right now. I'm like, oh. What are we... What are we doing here? Lost sharpness. It has begun. You are done. That was interesting. That was a short map. King Sands. Serial peripheral interface. Yeah, was that an advisor at the end or a hunter or something else? I couldn't quite tell. Serial peripheral interface. It didn't have much of a megastructure to it at all. That was one criticism I had. It didn't feel like it fit the theme. Material selection, it was mostly dev textures. I mean, there were parts that were textured, like the megastructure itself in the background, but most of the map didn't really have much to speak of in terms of materials. Again, it was too dark. Actually, I had a hard time seeing what was in the map. I did think that the megastructure was interesting. There weren't really any props. Am I misremembering? There was like a pane of glass. There was like a platform, but it was all mostly dev textures. There was a cool skybox. Sound design, there were lots of blips and bloops for making selections, but there wasn't really like ambient soundscapes. I think there was music at the end. I don't remember if there was music during the fights. Non-playable characters did interact with the environment. Wasn't very detailed. That wasn't a map that was about presentation. I was able to play through without getting stuck. It definitely used a new or existing puzzle mechanic in a notable way. It used NPCs in a notable way. Even though there wasn't any new NPCs, it made the Combine Soldiers and the Metro Cops into something completely different. Because it was a strategy game. Most Half-Life 2 maps are not strategy games. I did not really understand who the protagonist was. I got the vague sense of what the story was about. We're like upgrading Combine in a megastructure of some kind. We're making decisions to try to increase their effectiveness. No bugs. I very much enjoyed it. It made me kind of excited seeing the NPCs fight each other and also just like making the decisions, trying to come up with cool combinations. Well paced. It did make me want to replay it. It didn't really have a plot arc to speak of. The conclusion was interesting, but I didn't really know what happened. 10 out of 10 uniqueness. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Well, there's like a Gmod NPC battles map. That was cool. No methods of traversal. It did have companions. Skybox was interesting, but it wasn't really unique or notable. The structure looked kind of like a tower to me. I don't know, was it a tower? I'll go back. We've got time. I go back and see. There was music. It was custom music, in fact. So it looks like the mega structure in this case is just sort of a set of pipes, like a prop. It is tower-like. I will say that it is a tower. Music. Head custom music. That needs... It was a tower. My favorite thing about the map. The concept of an RTS Map Labs map is super exciting. I loved swapping out stats on the soldiers, try to make cool combinations and see form. What was my least favorite thing about the map? The map felt unfinished in its presentation. And so I did not get a strong sense of map was out. Also, the encounters were all against the same rebels. Felt like there wasn't a strong sense of progression from one fight to the next. What do I improve about the map? I'd like to have more of a story context. Why I am upgrading soldiers. A full narrative with this gameplay mechanic be really satisfying. See how it stacks up. Interesting. Very interesting. Got really high points, even though it got very low in the presentation category. Formula, right? Okay. Math doesn't seem right. Oh, I see. It's because of the uniqueness score that brought it up. Uniqueness totally shifted the score. Whereas if I add the bonus, that brings it down, and if I weight the score, that also brings it down. It still scored higher than Nightmare World and higher than Undertopia. Interesting, because it's such a different kind of map. I don't know how to rate it against those other maps. I do think that it felt very incomplete because the narration at the beginning was very placeholdery, like, hey, you gotta upgrade some soldiers. It was clearly just like the developer saying that. I wish there was more of like a plot hook of like, you are an AI within a combine structure that's trying to optimize combine forces or something like that. Would have made it more fun, more immersive. It wasn't immersive, but it was a really cool gameplay mechanic. I don't know, I might have to adjust that score a little bit. That was Serial Peripheral Interface. So now I'm faced with a bit of a dilemma. The first two maps that we played only took us an hour. So the next map I have is Operation Avalon. My friend Tiop made that, so I already played it. I've play tested it. And then after Operation Avalon is Microcosm, which is my map. And that won't take me very long. It's my own map, right? Then we have two more maps after that. The Deep Afar, which I kind of want to save for last, and I2C, Inter-Integrated Circuit. Do you guys think I should try to do all the maps tonight? My plan was to save some of the maps for Saturday, but I'm kind of thinking, it's only 9 p.m. and we're like most of the way through. Maybe I should just try to do all of them. I don't know. Let me know what you think. I'll probably do Operation Avalon next, and then maybe I'll skip Microcosm and go to I2C after that. I could even play Serial Peripheral Interface again. For now, Operation Avalon. Alias Agent Zikru. Mission objective: terminate the signal. Background: an anomalous island, something, Lopez Island. I couldn't read that fast enough out loud. We have a plan to smuggle you into the castle's 4 building. Try that again one more time. Background: an anomalous island mass, now designated Island of Mist, has appeared off the southern coast of Lopez Island. We don't know what the Combine are up to, but we have located a signal that penetrates deep space, and we need that signal to go down. We have a plan to smuggle you into the castle's 4 building. After that, you're on your own. So, in my entry, Microcosm, I had this problem that the text scrolls too slowly. I really should have tried to make the text a little bit faster, because I think it kind of slogs at the beginning. But I think TOP had the opposite problem where the text goes by really, really fast. You almost don't get a chance to read it. So this map is interesting because the structure is a castle. It's usually mega structures. Slow text is preferable to fast text. I agree, except on repeat playthroughs, it is kind of a problem. I think that's why some games have like a press X to skip cutscene kind of option. I think it's interesting that there's no crowbar in this. Maybe that's meant to signify that we're not Gordon Freeman, but it does make it awkward breaking this crate at the beginning. I didn't even need that. We get some explosives. We're gonna breach the castle. Right off the bat, I don't know if most players will notice it, but we can see the signal tower in the distance. How did we get here? Like, there's a bridge that's collapsed leading to this structure, but it doesn't seem to come from anywhere. Did we teleport in, perhaps? I think that's actually plausible. Either we teleported in, or this used to be like a ramp, and we came in that way. Those doors seem impossibly big. Interesting. I think that the mystery fits the megastructure vibe to me. So I didn't get much chance to talk to T-Op about all the specifics of the story of this, but I do know that it ties in with okay. Actually, we have an ammo crate, so I can just throw as many as I want to. The story of this map, where it mentions, well, it will mention Malachi as a name, kind of ties into my 2018 Hammer Cup series. If anybody remembers that or was around Run Think Shoot Live back then, when I did every map that I made in 2017, sorry, not 2017, not 2018, every map I made in 2017 connected to each other. It was all part of a one long series. And T-Up worked with me on some of that, so I think he's bringing back some of our old characters. Slam crash incoming. Nah, it's just 3 slams. Okay. I really like that grenade drop. Where he spawns a grenade and as it drops through the holes in the portcullis there. It seems like a really cool idea to connect things across comps. Oh, absolutely. I really enjoyed it. I do think that experiment was sort of a failure for me because I don't know how much entrance actually followed the story I was trying to tell between entries. And as well, I don't think I did a very good job establishing that continuity. Like, my storytelling back then was a little bit weak. So I have mixed feelings about it now. Like, I'm proud of the idea. I think I could have executed it better. Like, I was always going to re-release all my maps from that year, the 2017 challenge maps. I was gonna release them as a mod, but I think I made the mod and I just never published it. Isn't that crazy? So we have a big open area that's covered by a sniper, so I gotta juke the laser. Actually, I'm misremembering a little bit. I said Malachi and this sort of sub-universe was from the 2017 challenges, but that's not true. It's from my mod with T-Op going back to 2014 to 2016. We were working on a big Half-Life 2 mod that we never finished. And this setting and these characters, well, characters that are alluded to, at least in this entry, were from that story, or connected to that story. I don't know about Agent Zikaru. That's not a name that I recognize. Maybe that's supposed to be the same character from the 2017 maps, but I don't think so. I think this is like a unique character. I think T-Op did a really good job with the geometry, making it look like a castle. It's not something you usually see in Source, so I think that's a lot of fun. He did use the White Forest logo as the heraldry in here. Creative. It worked. Munition depleted. There we go. This Bible is from Eops maps. I believe the first map that we actually used the Bible in was the Good Shepherd, but it was also used in some of his other maps. I have no idea. Oh, I think this lemon is just part of a graffiti. I never noticed this before now, but this is a really clever use of textures. Like 3 different sets of heraldry made from different Half-Life 2 textures. Church of Lemon, yeah. I don't know where the plates are from. I think the plates are a custom prop, but I don't know if he made them specifically for this. You think the Combine turrets with their bizarre shoot everywhere then turn off if tipped over are a Combine alien tech thing or a Combine Heckler and Koch thing? The turrets in Half-Life 1 do sort of have that. You can't tip them over in Half-Life 1, but you shoot them and then they fall over. So I think the Combine turrets are pretty much Combine technology, like the design is Combine. But they're probably, like, I think a lot of the Combine tech is actually based on human tech. Like, this is based on the turrets they used in Half-Life 1, but it's like the Combine version, just like the AR-2 is like a Combine reinterpretation of a gun. Dusty. These lights always seem big. I'm used to the smaller version. Yeah, H&K is the IRL company that makes the MP7. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because those are the guns that, yeah, again, I guess for anybody who is confused about the question, those are the guns that the Combine use, the USP and the MP7. Aperture also sold their turrets. You're right, I forgot about that. There's an ad for them. My favorite dumb joke I saw is the most realistic thing about Half-Life 2 is HK jumping at the chance to sell out to the Combine. Is that something they would do? That maybe I don't know enough about, like, gun companies. Something poetic about this. Dead Combine elite with the Bible. I don't know chat, what does that mean? What's the significance? They're infamously a corrupt company. They're part of the reason the P90 didn't get adopted by the UN. Oh, did they do something to prevent the P90 from being adopted? Missing Germany to veto. Oh, I see. I didn't know about that. I know that the MP7 and the P90 were competing, but I didn't realize that that was the reason why one got picked over the other. Renaissance painting material. That's good. I like this this kitchen. There's definitely some empty rooms. Oh, there's a piece of the floor that's missing. Pumpkin soda. There's some empty geometry in this map, but I think the overall aesthetic is nice. It feels different. P7 was outperformed in every single field by the P90, so the P90 was going to be accepted, but Germany vetoed it, and the UN didn't get a standardized rifle for another few years. Oh, interesting. I only know the P90 from Stargate SG-1. So when I playtested this map, I didn't really try going that way. Maybe I should take out the sniper first and then see what's over there. Running kind of low on ammo. Now that the sniper is dealt with. I do like how the sniper is a regular soldier that you can go fight. For a funny case of real life versus fiction irony. Oh! Gonna head down here. Those soldiers able to follow me down the stairs. It would be kind of impressive if their navigation can handle the stairs. Bet they can't follow me. I bet they can't follow me. I bet they can't follow me. They can follow me. They can follow me all the way. Yeah, I know it's versus stairs. Yeah, T-Up did a good job. They learned to spiral stairs. What's over here? I never went over this far. I think this is where they dropped the grenade at the beginning. Oh! Okay. That was not a smart choice.
Engaged. Morphine administered.
So I guess if we didn't take out the enemies at the beginning, they could have, like, chased us all the way around here. Not clever. Interesting. You can also drop a grenade down here. I don't know if that does anything, but I like how it's all kind of one connected space. Evil ominous castle and the evil half whiteout land. Yeah, if I would have had more time to help tee up with this, I was gonna recommend he change the skybox. He might have been going for overcast on purpose, but I think a sunset skybox would look really good with this map. If he add like environmental lighting, then angled it just right, I feel like that could have looked really cool. But I just focused on my own entry, so he did this pretty much without any input. Ah! Ah!
Blood loss
Maybe just England. It's supposed to be like in
warning.
like Canada, which is weird. I mean, there wouldn't be a castle there, but I think the whole point of his like intro text is that this castle is like an anomaly. It's not really there. Or maybe I misinterpreted. Maybe this is meant to be like in England. I didn't really understand the story so much. Just to destroy the signal. I think that this castle is meant to be like not a real place. It's like an anomaly, like it just appeared. The text at the beginning said something about this mysterious island that wasn't on the charts or something. What is this? What does Zen Grenade do? Why don't you find out? Also, hi Frantic, welcome. Good to see you. Doesn't work? You redeemed it and it didn't work? What? That's crazy. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna fix this. I'm sorry. That won't stand. Hold on, let me fix it. Why doesn't it work? Hold on, 1 second. I think I got it. Let me redo that for you. Okay. Stop. No. No, it's too much. Oh, okay. There we go. That's what the Zen Grenade does. Hi, Frantic. Thanks for joining. Maybe I should visit the anomalous castle sometime. I need to ask Tiop where this actually takes place. The reason I said that is because that's where the 2017 the 2017 maps this is related to take place. But I actually don't know where this mysterious island is meant to be. I keep forgetting you don't throw it at the laser, you throw it at button. Oh, hello. Frantic, you didn't need to do that. Thank you, that's really nice of you. I really appreciate that. Wow. Thanks, Frantic. I don't know what to say. I'm not used to that. Thank you so much. Alias Agent Zikru, mission status complete. Mission remarks. Agent showed deadly competence. Flag file for future missions. May warrant Malachi's attention. Whoa. Thank you so much for the gift subs. That's 5 gifted subs. That's incredible. Wow. I don't know what to say. That's more subs than I've actually had before. So that was Tiop's map. If I go back to the beginning, because I am curious, did it say an anomalous island mass has appeared off the southern coast of Lopez Island? Where is Lopez Island? Is that in England or is that... Oh, ow. Lopez Island. Oh, wait. Oh, yep, I think this is exactly where I thought it was going to be. It's like the Pacific Northwest, right? Yeah, that's where I thought it was going to be. Okay. Yeah, this is where those maps took place. The old maps that Tiop helped me with. It's even weirder than Canada. Well, the reason I said Canada is because it was supposed to be in, like, British Columbia, like here, which is it's like the same area. This one's in Washington. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So, that was Operation Avalon. Materials, I feel like there's like the map does suffer from a little bit of plainness, and I would blame the lighting. Actually, I think the lighting was very flat. The materials were competent because it looked like a castle, which is pretty rare actually in Half-Life 2, which is it's like a unique look. I think the materials, like there could have been more variety because it was mostly that one stone texture, but it was at least a unique look. The lighting, I do feel like I have to give half points because it did lead me to the places I needed to go. Mostly. Like, there were like lanterns in the tower. Know that you had to go there. Yeah, Vancouver, exactly. Close to Vancouver. Like the Seattle, Vancouver area. I don't even remember why Tiop and I picked that location for our story that we were going to make, like for that mod. We had like a very distinct like location in mind for like this is where it takes place. And I don't know why we picked where we did. It was unique and notable because it was a castle. The props were good. I like all the custom props that Tiop made, as well as sort of bashing together decals and brushes to make things like the flags with the heraldry. Skybox was good. I feel like there could have been more with the Skybox. Like the Skybox was just a larger castle that was kind of out of scale with the main castle. It worked. I think there could have been. Well, one thing I did like about the composition though was the fact that the tower is visible from the very start. You can always see the tower. It was good signposting. Yeah, I'll give it points for that. I don't think that it had soundscapes. Did it have soundscapes? It does have soundscapes. Have more than one soundscape? I like go. Oops. It has music. I'm trying to listen to the soundscapes. Stop bothering me. Soundscapes. I think it's just one soundscape for the whole thing, though. I don't think it has, like, different soundscapes. The outdoor areas are a bit plain. I agree with that. It does have soundscapes. Like, there's one soundscape, but it has, like, just the one. Hi, Crispy Kuda. Good to see you. Were you summoned by the gift sub? There was sound. There was also music. It wasn't custom music. There wasn't like a lot of music, but I think it was serviceable. I liked the sniper. I don't know if I can give full points for that, but I liked how there was a sniper that you can find and then you can fight him as a regular soldier. That way it's like you can either throw a grenade at him or you can fight him. And blowing up the tower was also cool. I was able to play through without getting stuck. Didn't really use a new or existing puzzle mechanic. I did like the sniper, like I mentioned, and I liked blowing up the tower, but I wouldn't call that a puzzle mechanic because it's only used once and it's not really a puzzle. New or existing NPC in a notable way, the sniper, but I wouldn't say that it's like super notable compared with other maps. The protagonist, I didn't understand. Now, I feel like I should understand the story because it's related to the maps that Tiop and I made a long time ago, but I don't quite have the full context to that. I did get the overall story, just not the protagonist. No bugs. I had fun. I got scared by the shotgunner on the stairs. I think it was well paced. Not really any replay value. Plot arc, there wasn't a whole lot other than completing the mission, which was good. At least it had a good conclusion. I was lurking before the gift of. Oh, what a coincidence! It's good to see you. How unique is the map? Because it's a castle, I would say that's pretty unique. It's not the most unique, but it stands out from other maps. Methods of navigation, not really. Includes a companion, no. Is the skybox an interesting way? There was the tower. The tower was interesting. I'll give it points for that. Megastructure was a tower. Well, the megastructure was a castle. This is a castle tower. Yeah, we'll give it points. This is my favorite thing about the map. I was actually impressed by the combat encounter. For Tiop putting the map together and without me giving him any help for this. I thought it was fun how he set up like the Metrocops dropping the grenade. I liked the sniper. Liked the combat counters because they weren't just the NPCs. The grenade drop, turrets, sniper all helped add variety. What was my least favorite thing about the map? I think the lighting was too flat and the exterior area was too empty. So it was left feeling a little plain. I also wish I knew more about Agent Zikru. Anomalous Island. What I improve about the map, I would change the skybox and add the environmental light. Try to add more color. I don't know if I can say that I would change the story because I don't know what I would change about the story to get across what Tiop was trying to get across. But mostly just that. possibly add more soundscapes as well. See how that compares. Got it scores a little less than Nightmare World, which I think I kind of liked it a little better. I mean, well, no, like I'm biased. Like it's hard for me to rate. I would say treat my rating of Operation Avalon the same as my rating of Microcosm, which is my own map. Operation Avalon is made by my friend, so I feel like whether I give it a good score or a bad score, it's not really a fair score because I was a playtester for the map and I was familiar with it. I can't really rate it compared to the others, but I think this seems fair. It like Nightmare World was very visually appealing. It had a lot of props and really good lighting, and it was a lot longer. I like the creativity in Operation Avalon. So I think the score seems pretty fair. It's like around the same as got like a low 60, more than Tulgar Complex. My score really did Tulgar Complex dirty, I feel like. It wasn't a bad map, I just got really frustrated playing it. That's the problem with trying to assign a numerical score to these. Like, it's really an apples to oranges comparison. Sometimes it just doesn't feel fair. So, now I'm confronted with a choice. My intention was to play 3 maps today and 3 maps on Saturday. It's 9:40 p.m. I have until midnight to stream today, and there's only 3 maps remaining. We already did 3 maps. Should I just keep playing and then maybe do something else on Saturday? I think that's the best choice, because I'm not ready to stop yet. But I will save Microcosm. That's my own map. I want to play I2C first, and I think I want to save the Deep Afar for last. So I'll go ahead with I2C. What did everybody think about Operation Avalon? Still enjoying the map labs? Or any other thoughts about what you want from the next 2 maps? 3 maps, including mine. It was neat. Appreciate that, Donuts. Donuts, I thought Undertopia was going to be related to Underhell. Are you disappointed? Okay, next map is I2C, Inter-Integrated Circuit by EA. Give it a shot. Spinning.
Let's even the odds.
Why am I spinning? Am I supposed to be spinning? Oh. Oh, thank you so much. Why is it spinning? Oh, I hate that. Hi. Thanks for rescuing me. That was horrible. Torture. Spinning torture. Hi, guys. I got a gun. Poor guy. Lots of ammo. Oh, whoa, I can get in them and spin. Okay. Sounds like there's a fight going on out there. Go here first. Okay, so I'm a rebel. Mods, put him in the prison pod and spin him around. Difficulty very easy. Hit the Combine facility. Combine force strength will increase with time spent. Watch out for specialty hit squads. Okay, stand here. Stay out of the way.
Cover me while I reload. Cover me while I reload. Gotta reload. Cover me while I reload. Like that?
Stay there. Stay there. It's really hard to see where I'm looking. Is this
While I
the
reload.
same megastructure as that other map?
Gotta reload.
Real peripheral interface? I feel like my ears are being overwhelmed right now. Just so much sound. Call me a fake Underhell fan, but my first thought when I heard Undertopia was Undertale. Wow. I can't believe that, Donuts.
Gotta reload.
So we're just trying to survive right now, right? Oh, I see. Wait, there's a bridge. Bridge is lifting up. Two songs are playing at once. This is the Rebel POV of the RTS map. I think you're right.
Cover me while I reload.
Lost a few people.
Cover me while I reload. Cover me while I reload. Gotta reload. Cover me while I reload.
The fact that there's two different songs playing at once is really messing with me.
Cover me while I reload. Oh no. Cover me while I reload. Cover me while I reload.
He died.
Cover me while I reload. Gotta reload.
Okay. I've only got two guys left. Mods, put him in the prisoner pod and spin him around. Oh no, don't play the music again. No. I feel like this is kind of sensory overload. You guys feel like that?
Like that? Cover me while I reload.
Okay. Let's get out of here. Oh, this is the mega structure. I don't think I should go down there. What happens if I go down to the water of death? Oh, nothing. I don't think they can follow me, though. I really didn't expect this. Where am I going? It's so dark in here. ADHD fever dream. That's exactly how I feel. I'm so overwhelmed right now. Where? But I left my companions behind. Ow. There's a bunch of teleporters? Oh, wait, is this the way out? Hello. Hi, Capoli. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. Good to see you here. Not more music. Happily, I'm reviewing Map Labs challenge. It's a Half-Life 2 challenge to make a map within a limited amount of time. This entry that I'm playing right now is a little bit confusing. They're playing multiple music tracks at the same time and making me feel a little bit overwhelmed. But hi, I hope KX's Island is going well. I was tuned into that a little bit earlier. I've been enjoying his streams. It's such a bizarre map with the music playing over and over like it is. I feel like I can't think. It like jams my brain. Okay, I think Combine Hit Squad 1. You got off and I saw you in my suggested. Oh, nice. I guess I'm in the suggested because he's rated me before. I appreciate that. Guantanamo Bay psychological exercise. I'm actually gonna do something I've never done before. I'm gonna mute the music. I hate doing that, like, 'cause music is really important. But it's bad. It's overwhelming.
Gotta reload. Cover me while I reload.
What is happening? Too much going on at once. Yeah, that's about it. Oh my gosh. I died. Oh, you respawn this map? That's crazy. Wait, so you don't load your save, you actually respawn. Okay. Hey, Steve. Good to see you. I'm very overwhelmed by this map. Oh, I'm respawning again. No. Okay, let me go back to my save because this has gone so far off the rails. I want to get back to as much as I love this map's gimmick, I hate how dark it is. Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing anything. I like the concept of it, of being like a map with the dynamic difficulty. That's really cool. I'm just having a hard time with, like, how many different things are happening on screen at once. Red Zombie turned on full bright because of how dark it was. Yeah, I don't know why people, like, light their maps like this. I can't even see, like, where I am or where I'm going or anything.
Cover me while I reload.
I don't think I can actually bring my squad with me. I think they have to stay behind. It's the squad you made from the other map that loads from the customizations. Are you for real? If it did, that would be crazy. Do you like the dynamic shadows? Yes, actually, no way. That's completely insane. So when they threw all those scanners at me earlier, when they threw all those scanners at me earlier, that was because I spec'd out the team in the other map to have the scanners. No way. Wait, okay. So for people who just joined chat, we played a map earlier that was called Serial Peripheral Interface. And that map had us play as the bad guys, and we got to, like, customize each of the soldiers. And it was like for simulations against these rebels, we would customize the soldiers and then they'd fight the rebels and it would tell us if we won or not. This map is called Integrated Circuit. It has the same background as Serial Peripheral Interface, and now we're playing as the good guys trying to escape, and it's using the same squad that I customized in the other map to fight against me. That's the coolest idea I've ever heard in any map labs ever. And I hate that I'm having so many issues with the map right now because the concept is fantastic. I was joking when I said it was the sequel. No, it actually is. Red Zombie made the third hit squad of 2 very fast, very tanky combines. That's what I did too. Okay, so I'm gonna have to leave my companions behind, I'm afraid. Fortunately, because I don't think they can follow me. I hope I'm wrong. Can you guys follow? Follow me, guys. I don't... Oh, sorry. Wasted my grenade. I don't think they can follow me, so I'm gonna jump down. Well, maybe first I should see if I can get more ammo. I'm gonna need it. This is my respawn point here. Okay. And there's lots of grenades, but not a lot of ammo.
Good God.
Why did that voice line sound unique? Whoosh. Okay. Poor companions. I wasn't sure if it was copying a squad or just a coincidence. Yeah, I believe it's not a coincidence, because I remember that I made the scanners show up at the beginning. thought maybe for a second I would be able to see.
Here, take this med kit.
Fortunately, I cannot see.
Cover me while I reload. Gotta reload.
I think this is probably one of the coolest ideas I've ever seen. Unfortunately, in a map that doesn't really work at all. So I'm very disappointed. Like, I would have liked to have seen this concept in earnest, but there's so many problems with the map. I'm really struggling right now. Hit Squad 1. So this is the squad that I created in the other map. How do I get rid of the sniper?
Gotta reload. Cover me while I reload. Cover me while I reload. Like that? Cover me while I reload.
Well, I like the weird Risk of Rain-esque timer to make them more dangerous. I feel the actual map is too short for it to do anything. I don't know about that. Like, it seems like it's doing something for me right now. I don't think I'm going to get out of here before the difficulty increases again.
Cover me while I reload.
I can't actually see who I'm shooting at. So in my map, Microcosm, I made the Metro Cops have glowing eyes. And I didn't do that just because I think it looks cool. I do think it looks cool, for the record. But I did that because the area you fight them in is very dark, and I needed you to be able to see them, even if they're not standing in the light. So I gave them glowing eyes so that they would be recognizable. Just like how the Combine soldiers in Half-Life 2 have glowing eyes. Oh. Or two floodlights could have been. Yeah, any lights would have been good, honestly. Okay. I have no. Okay.
Like that? Here, have a med.
Okay, maybe I can. Where the sniper is coming from. Okay, so we dealt with the first hit squad. Now I need to go through here. I'm sure we're gonna fight 2 more of those hit squads, because I remember setting up 2 more hit squads.
Take this med kit.
Alright, for anyone who is just joining and this is their first experience with Map Labs, I will say not every map looks or sounds like this. This one is kind of overwhelming, but a lot of them, aesthetically, they're all different styles, you know? Squad 2. Oh, this is the second squad that I set up. Oh, I can see the structure through the smoke for a second there. Interesting. I don't know where I'm trying to go, so I'm struggling a little bit. I have to go here? Shotgun hell, yeah, because I gave a lot of them shotguns. Crazy to think that I'm killing the soldiers that I, like, equipped earlier. Where's the last one? Oh. I died. At least I respawn. That is helpful.
Head crabs.
Head crabs.
Like that?
I think I killed all of them, so I believe I can escape now. Oh, wait, this is where... That's where they were training earlier. I remember that. The Elite Hit Squad was the last one I put together. And a lot of them are very tanky and very fast. So the only way I'm going to be able to beat them is if I can keep a distance on them. And if I'm far enough away from them, they won't be able to hit me because I lowered their accuracy. Oh, one of them brought a hunter, that's right. Maybe we'll find out what the deal was with the endings. Oh, you're right. The ending had us spawning something, some kind of creature. That's probably going to be the final boss of this map. Oh no! Oh no! I forgot about the roller mine swarm. No! Oh, that's terrible. That was hilarious. Oh, what am I gonna do? Oh no! Oh no! It sounded like the cyberpunk. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Take this med kit.
Oh, I missed. Oh, what am I gonna do? Help me, chat. Help me. Oh, there's more of them. Oh, no! I know exactly who you're talking about. Oh. This is insane. Mod, send the roller right to a dungeon. Oh no. Oh. Oh no, 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 not like this, not like this. Okay. We're respawning. Oh, oh no. Oh, not like this. I need to get to that, the shipping container that had all the grenades in it. I believe it was this one. I almost wonder if this is gonna, like, crash the game with this many of them. Flora's roller mines. Oh, not the Zen grenade. No. Oh. Man, you got me. There's a good calm time to use that. Yeah, exactly. You know, you can't let me get too relaxed. You gotta keep me on my toes. How do I get out of here? Get out. Don't tell me I have to kill every single one of them before I can proceed. Please let me out. Let me out. No, don't play more music. No, there's already a music track playing. Don't play more music. Why is it like this? This kind of reminds me of like when I was working on my Tune 3 entry. In my Tune 3, I added dynamic music. So there's a script that controls when the music starts and stops, and I had to like tune it and test it to make sure that it wouldn't overlap the music. Did that get it? Did that do it? But that was one of the most important things for me to test for, was to make sure that it would never overlap the music, because that would have made it unplayable. But this map is exactly like that. Oh, I blew myself up. Kind of lost the plot. Like, do I have to destroy every single roller mine? I think we're gonna be here a while if that's the case. I don't know where to go. There's more music now. I might have to, like, stop playing. I don't know if I can beat this, guys. This seems really broken. I think that was our last guy. How are the rest of the maps? Welcome to the Combine. You've passed the test. Oh, there's our twist. I liked most of the maps.
Hello, in this map you're going to make a
This sends us back to the other map.
3 of them with 5 soldiers each, and then they're gonna fight enemies, and basically your goal is just to make them able to win the best.
So, do I get a different ending if I play this map again? Is that the idea? I don't think I want to do that. So, let's rate Inter-Integrated Circuit. That was the prequel? Yeah, it was both the prequel and the sequel, it seems like. Inter-Integrated Circuit. Okay. Material selection was dev textures. There was no lighting in the map whatsoever. The aesthetic was horrible because I couldn't see it. No, it's over? Okay. No notable props other than some like boxes and stuff. The background was kind of cool because it was the same as the one from the other map. That was at least clever. a time loop. I do like that. I appreciate that about it. The music made it unplayable. Like I could not play that map because the music was so, because obviously it wasn't working. It was looping over itself. But that made it actually, I would say literally unplayable. Like playing that was difficult because I'm afraid people might have stopped watching the stream because like it was just a audio hell. Yeah, no, this is I think this is a 0 on presentation, which is really rare. I don't think I've ever done that before. It does get points for the background. At least the background was cool. Now engagement is it's going to get some more points. I was able to get through without getting stuck. I almost got stuck. Almost. Thankfully, I didn't get stuck. I do wonder if we play this map again, if it has an alternate ending. That'd be kind of cool. The map used a new or existing puzzle mechanic in a notable way. Yes, absolutely. The idea of respawning is one thing by itself. The idea of dynamic difficulty was also in the map. That was new and unique. It wasn't a puzzle mechanic, but it's similar. The puzzle mechanic was the squads from the other map affect this map. You need to know that you actually need to load into the other map to equip the soldiers so that you won't have to fight 100 roller mines. I would say the map used existing NPCs in a notable way because the soldiers carried over their stats from the other map. No idea who the protagonist was other than that she's a rebel. I mean, I guess she's a rebel. She's in a spinning pod. You kind of know who that is. I didn't really understand the story. I kind of did. There were absolutely bugs. I didn't enjoy it. I would have enjoyed it. I love the concept. I am in love with the concept of this map, to be clear. But it was so overstimulating and just not functional that I can't really say that I enjoyed it. I will say I really liked the moment when the roller mines spawned in because it was like until that exact second, I forgot that I had selected the roller mines perk in the other map, which I think was a really fun twist. That was one of the most unique twists in any Map Labs entry I've ever played. And I really enjoyed that moment, but it was still super jank. Not well paced. It does have replay value. I will give it that. The fact that you can play it multiple times and have different enemies based on what you've chosen the other map, and they're like looped together, interesting. I like the twist at the end. I don't know whether to say it has a satisfactory conclusion or not because it's a loop. It just keeps going. But it's a good twist. Because it's a good twist, I'll give it points for that. Most unique map ever. It had no methods of traversal. Technically, it had companions. I almost don't want to give it points because the companions don't really do anything other than die. You can't take them with you, which is pretty disappointing. The skybox was there. It wasn't really... Okay, so I will say, I'll give it points because the skybox tied this map to the other map, which was actually very interesting. Megastructure was a tower. What was your favorite thing about the map? The high concept of stats from one map carrying over to another map is... How do I even want to describe that? That is revolutionary. I've never seen that happen before. I really love to see different entries interacting like that, and it's something I would like to see more of. The music looped over itself, which made the map unplayable for me. It was also completely unlit. Nearly completely unlit, which made combat almost impossible. So, add lighting. Fix the bug with the looping music. Polish the map and add a story through line from the connected map. That's going to be an interesting one because it scored so low on presentation. Yeah, so I think that's the lowest scoring map out of all of them. But it's so interesting because the concept is so good. I don't think I've ever had such a large delta between the concept of the map being so good and the execution being so unplayable. I do find that a lot of times those are related. Like, the more ambitious a high concept is, the harder it will be to make the map fun or compelling or interesting to play. But this is like that taken to an extreme, because it's not just that the concept makes it difficult to play. Like that one map where you had to control a rover by programming it. That map was crazy. But this one is like, the concept was good, but it wasn't executed fully, which makes me kind of sad. I would have liked to have seen a more fully executed version of the map, but I see the vision, and I hope that these entrants, that would be King Sans and EA. I hope King Sans and EA try this again with an entry in another challenge, because I really want to see that concept like
Greetings.
through. Greetings. Hi, Spike Shark Gaming. We just finished I2C Inter-Integrated Circuit. Now, this is kind of the moment of truth, because I have 2 maps left in the challenge, the Deep Afar and Microcosm. Microcosm is my map. My intention was to save those maps and this one until Saturday, but because we still have time in the stream, I think I just want to play them tonight, and then maybe I'll figure something else out on Saturday. Like, I could either... I have 2 ideas for Saturday. I could play the Claire route of Resident Evil 2 Remake, or I could try to make a map in the Gary's Mod challenge. I'm nervous about that, because I don't think I'll be able to finish it on time, and I don't want to do something half-baked. But, I mean, if I'm freeing up my schedule, it's like, you know, maybe. Considering. I think I want to play the Deep Afar regardless, because we've got time, we're all here, we're present, and Baked Hunt. Did the first map crash on Mega Mania? Do you mean Talgar Complex? Because Talgar Complex did crash, and the reason it crashed is because it exceeded the entity limit. So what I did, and what I'm seeing a lot of people do, is removing sprites from the map in the console. So, like, if I give this and then load Talgar Complex Giver. Dave, what did you think about that last map? Because that was so overstimulating for me. I don't know if you had to mute the stream or something, but I almost muted the music myself, because they had a bug that made the music like loop over itself. It was driving me crazy. But yeah, Spike Shark Gaming, I wanted to load up this map because all I did was I went in the console and I typed ENT_fire, ENV_sprite, kill. And that removes all the sprites from the level. Normally I would not recommend doing that, but that will free up some of the entity indexes. So hopefully that'll prevent a crash. I'll go ahead and put that in the chat for you. Fire, ENV sprite, kill. Yeah, the very last map will be the Deep Afar, and I'm gonna BRB real quick. I'm just gonna take a stretch break, kind of palette cleanse a little bit between maps. I think it would be good just for me to like refocus before I start the Deep Afar. So I will be right back in about 5 minutes. Stay tuned, guys. Oh, thanks for the drink. Appreciate it. Be right back. welcome back. Thanks for staying tuned. Appreciate it. Next, we're going to play The Deep Afar by Savoxolary. Savoxolary is one of those names that I pronounce in my head a lot without saying out loud, so I don't know. Is that how people pronounce that name? It's got to be Savoxolary, right? Let me know if you guys say it differently. But Savoxolary is one of the developers of Dark Interval, and they made another map. I'm seeing from the thumbnail right now, this map is a sequel to a map that was in, I think it was Freeze 2, Halloween Horror 6. I can't remember what the Halloween Horror 6 map was called, but it's inspired by the game Scorn. I'm really excited to play this. I also keep consistently getting that map confused for a Beef Bacon map. I feel like Seavox's style is very similar to Beef Bacon. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm crazy. But they're both excellent. I've been really looking forward to this one. It was loud, but sometimes muting or lowering the volume is good for that, and I like the rest of it. That's good. I appreciate you sticking with it. I was getting so overwhelmed in the game. I think it was really the music that did it. Music plus things going on, but also I couldn't see very well, so I feel like if I could see what was happening and hear it, that wouldn't have been as bad. But it was that combination of two different music tracks playing, not being able to see anything, and also tons of sound all at once. That was just like driving me nuts. But at least the concept was cool, like I said. Next is The Deep Afar. Go. Oh, this is picking up right where the last map left off. I wish I could remember what it was called, but I remember we got into this gondola at the end. It's very similar to a scene from Scorn, where something similar happened. Now we're outside, though. I mean, we were outside in the first map, but it was like kind of in like a ravine, in a chasm. It was snowy, and now it seems like we're in like a different climate. See the sun. I'm gonna say this a lot, but I'm gonna say it right now. This is so much like Scorn. The texture selection and the sense of scale, the sense of awe. This building in particular seems really artistic to me. Like I like the shapes. I don't know what it means, but this is a cool building. This structure looks almost like the bones of something. Continuation of the Scorn-like map. Yeah, John Doc, do you remember what that map was called in Halloween Horror 6? I'm struggling right now. I can't remember the name of the map, but I remember it so clearly. Is this a sequel to that Scorn map? Yeah, it's the... Guys, what's it called? I don't remember the name. I think it was called, Oh, we must be really high up. I like how that would look like the map just ends and we can see the skybox. But because there's clouds, we get the sense that no, that's not just the skybox. That's actually like the clouds. Like we can't see what's beyond there because we're so high up. We're like up on a mountain. That was like 2 years ago. It was 2 years ago. It was 2 Halloweens ago. Ew. Oh, gross. I didn't like that. I did like that, actually. The animation was really impressive, but that's nasty. Like an organic bridge. This feeling, Doom, the Dark Ages, Cosmic Realm. Yeah, it is kind of like that, but it's more like Scorn. I think they're both kind of cut from the same cloth, because it's very H.R. Geiger, Alien inspired. Okay, this is bugging me so much that I'm gonna look it up. I'm sorry, guys. I'm Googling it. We're gonna look up App Labs Halloween Horror 6 Freeze 2. Forget the artist name? No, the name of the entry. The artist's name is H.R. Geiger, right? Ah, the original map, I just looked it up, it was called Beneath the Shelled Skies. Beneath the Shelled Skies by Savoxolary was in the 2024 Halloween challenge, Halloween Horror 6. So now this is the continuation. I think this building is in the skybox, maybe? There's some fog on it as well. About that, actually. Can I go into that building? Yeah, we sure are. Something about the way that guy is posed there that's just so evocative. I don't know what this composition means, but it means something. You know, seeing him through the bars of these portcullises. Played a Zoo Tycoon game on mobile? Was it a Scorn Zoo Tycoon game? Oh, maybe this isn't a direct sequel to Beneath the Shelled Skies, because in Beneath the Shelled Skies we already had our weapon with us, and here we're just picking it up now. I remember this thing. It also looks like we're human, which is interesting. I don't think we were in the last map. Oh, just a gun. Sorry, I thought it was going to be one of those acid sprayer things like in the Beneath the Shelled Skies. Oh, I don't know if I can pronounce that. Oh, there's a tiger in Zoo Tycoon called HR Tiger that looks like a xenomorph. That's actually really clever. I like that. I'm gonna say Zetislav Bakinski. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry, but I know who you're talking about. It's another artist who does a similar style to H.R. Geiger, like with organic landscapes. I know exactly who you mean. I remember these guys from Beneath the Shelled Skies. What do you think these buttons do? Nothing. I like how he remade Sivox remade the Combine lights in this style. Little standing lights. Ah, puzzle. What it's gonna do. There's something just so aesthetic about these shapes. The way the landscape is set up. I don't know. I feel like this map is like a painting, like a Zetislav Bakinski. Probably butchered that painting. I also like how there's dust flying off of the structure. It also reminds me of Scorn, because I think some of the stuff in Scorn was like disintegrating, and it had that same effect. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Let's solve a puzzle, guys. Move the dial with W. Dial with S. Insert pin. What I'm trying to do here. So if I... Oh, it's like a combination lock, right? How do I know the order? It's giving me pre-rendered 90s point-and-click artwork like Fallout 1 Tactics. I thought you were going to say like Myst, which is... That would probably be an apt comparison. This was made in a recent map-based version. Yes, Mega Mania is on map-base 8. That's why, like, in... Ooh, that was gross. In my entry, you can see the player's legs. Oh, what? Seem to be different lengths. That must be relevant somehow. Okay. In. Okay, maybe I misunderstood something. That looks right. This one I think should be... You guessed the puzzle? That one. Visible character lag is optional? Yep, it's off by default. So you set it. Maybe I have this backwards, actually. Lighting looks like New Vegas. I know what you're talking about. What, was that it? Did I get it right? I got it right. Guy. What do you think happened to this guy? Oh, we're back where we started, but now we can go this way. What do you guys think this structure was for originally? We know so little about this world that we're in. This is a lot like Scorn. It has the red encroaching sort of moss, just like in Scorn. Maybe this is meant to be literally the same world as Scorn. Hear that? Guy over there. Retirement home, evidenced by the rather bony geriatrics hanging around. You're right, Redonkulous. Map is art. Yeah. I was worried if we looked down, we'd see our character wangling in this entry. Yeah, Seafox did not use visible character legs for this one, so don't worry about that. I heard a sound that definitely sounded like something that was alive a minute ago. I see there's lights down there, and it looks almost like a wooden scaffold. It was built more recently. Gotta get down there somehow, I bet. But there's also a guy over there. Puzzle answer was shown from the window? Oh, was it? Yeah, maybe I just sort of guessed it. I was looking at the back of the locking mechanism. Which pins needed to be depressed. Is there a way to call the elevator, or do I just take a plunge? Try it. Ah! Oh, it's a creature. Ah! Head crabs. I wonder what Seabox calls those things. Oh, I see. We have health. Health and ammo. I can't see my HUD, so I don't know if, Guys, is there supposed to be a visible HUD? Is that a bug from, the last map? I should be cautious about that. Sometimes mappers disable the HUD and then they leave it disabled for the next entry. Probably not? Okay. Intentional. Okay, just making sure. Ew. I don't know what this is, but it looks nasty. Ew. I don't like these head crabs. Buried here. A fuse or a plug of some kind. I assume the character is naked? I mean, we don't know. All we know is he doesn't have sleeves, but he'd be wearing clothes. I kind of get the feeling he is naked, though. I don't know why. Oh, I see. That in. Remember Xenoclash? I do remember Xenoclash. I really liked Xenoclash when I first played it. I will say, I don't know, like, Xenoclash narratively set up this mystery that I thought was really interesting, and I was so curious about what the resolution was going to be. But then there was this scene near the end that kind of gave away the twist, and it was just goofy and like not taken seriously at all. And there was just this abrupt tone shift from like kind of creepy, scary, ominous to like goofy comedy that it really threw me for a loop. I didn't like the ending of that game. I don't even remember what it was, what the twist was. It's been so long. Ew. I see. So whatever these things are, it pushes back this growth. Those look almost like lungs. Their weapon. Looks like it's the same weapon I already have. Surprised that it just works like a revolver this time around. How do I know how much ammo I have? It seems infinite. Oh, okay, it's not infinite. Like this place is falling apart. Oh, that's an antlion. Ooh, I didn't like that. Ah! Oh, that's so freaky. Ew, ew. Ew, you're gross. I don't like that there's no reload animation on this gun. I can't believe he modeled the entire, like, antlion creature. That's very unique. I wasn't expecting that at all. Brand new NPC. It is falling apart. More and more overgrown. We're getting closer to that path I saw earlier. Make sure not to fall. We're almost out of ammo. I like how this map, I didn't understand it at first, but I think it's using what they call the quick hint as the HUD. So the left side is my health and the right side is how much ammo I have. It's cool for like a very minimalist HUD. Like it doesn't need a lot of numbers or, you know, different places on the screen to look. It's all centralized. Going. Here. So earlier we were all the way up there. The big map. This is the way to go. I never finished Xenoclash 2. I think Xenoclash 2 went from Source Engine to Unreal Engine 4, if I remember correctly. Maybe it was Unity. My gun is hidden. Oh, is that it? What? A sequel to Beneath the Shelled Skies by Suboxylary. Third-party content by Macon, A-Shift, Texas Steve, Mage 6614. Several designs were based on or referenced original Scorn concept art. Oh, cool. Source Scorn, the art of the game. I really like that that's credited. It feels very classy. Special thanks to Ebb Software and others. Nice. Wow. So that was the Deep Afar. I do think that the ending, I mean, if I have to say something negative about the map, the ending was a little underwhelming. I wanted to know what was going to happen next. I also am shocked that Sevox modeled an entire antlion type creature only to use it once. There's only one encounter with that creature. It kind of makes it more special in a way. Like we only get to fight it one time. It was the only of its kind. I do wonder if maybe Sevox was planning on doing more and then ran out of time. That was the feeling I got from the ending. Let's review the Deep Afar. I feel like this is going to be a 10, a full like 100 on presentation. Materials were like all custom materials. There's a lot of variety, just shapes and like the textures. Yeah, no notes. The lighting, I mean, honestly, could have used a little bit more color. It was a little flat, but it was. I can't complain. I liked how I could see the lights leading me to the exit far in the distance, so I knew where I was going way at the beginning. Like when I first saw that big chasm, I saw the light at the bottom, and I was like, "That's where I gotta go." Unique or notable aesthetic, yeah, it's Scorn. I mean, that's doesn't get more unique than that. Props were good. Lots of custom assets in this. The skybox was just beautiful. I mean, that was some of the best Source Engine backgrounds that I've ever seen. Had soundscapes. I don't remember a lot of music. I know there was kind of like an ambient track at the end when we left. I believe there was an ambient track at the beginning as well. Was there? Oops. Back to the beginning. I believe there's music at the start. Yeah. Very subtle. Subtle atmospheric music. In fact, that might have just been a sound cue. Huh. Is there music? I'm questioning. I'm like, wait. There's a lot of like soundscapes, but there wasn't a lot of music. I thought there was a music cue earlier. At the end. Can't hit those head crabs. Hard to aim without a crosshair. And avoid them. I believe there was music at the very end, but most of it was not much music. I think it added to the atmosphere without it, you know? A really good use of some of like the Citadel sounds from Half-Life 2 and the soundscape. Was there no music in that? Just realizing I can't find any music. There's no credits for music. There's no music at the beginning. There was just like an environmental cue. Maybe there was no music in that. I thought there was, like when we were at the top of the, like when we solved the puzzle. There was some music. Am I losing it? Like, I'm gonna play part of it again. There was like a music cue once we got up here. So, you said that the window gave you the clue to the puzzle. Body? Not sure if I understand. That one. Building? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, okay, I think I see it. It was also known for its strange alien puzzles. This feels right at home. I just want to hear if there's music. I missed. It wasn't just that. Oh, I think I have it backwards, basically. Maybe not. I don't know. I solve it the first time. The next one too? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. There's not any music in the whole thing? Maybe when we saw the creature, like here. Speed running it this time. I don't think there was. It like the sound design was so great that I didn't notice the absence of music. That environmental cue sounds kind of musical almost. Where you fight the antlion. There's more than one. So, actually, technically, no music. I feel like it should still get points, but fair is fair. Oh, Spike Shark, I just saw your post where you're showing how you figured out the puzzle. I still don't get it. I'm so confused. That's okay. I figured it out anyways. Um, environment felt dynamic. There was the organic bridge. There were the ant lions that came out of the tunnels after you shook the rocks. There was like steam coming out of pipes. Um, it was extremely detailed. Okay. So now that we've done all that, I was able to play through without getting stuck. New puzzle mechanic would be like the plugs that you have to screw in, and also the alien locking puzzle thing. New NPC. There's brand new ant lions that have never been seen before. I didn't know who the protagonist was. He's a guy. He's the guy from the other map, which I kind of understood, but we still don't know anything about him. I understood the gist of the story, although I still have questions about it. No bugs. I had fun. It definitely evoked an emotion. It was well paced. Not really any replay value. I enjoyed the plot and story arc, but it didn't have a good conclusion. I like that we found this location. Like apparently we took the tram from the first map. We are at this place now, but we didn't get to know anything about it. Why are we there? What's happening? There's these growths. Like what caused them? You know, it's just. I guess it's more about the mystery and more about the questions. But I would have liked to have seen some kind of a conclusion. I would say that's an extremely unique map. Technically, it's not unique because it's a sequel to Beneath the Shelled Skies, but taking both of them as a whole, can't think of any other maps that look like that. I didn't know first when I was streaming, and I saw that building after I finished the puzzle that showed the answer the whole time. I still don't get it. Like, how am I supposed to take the answer from pillars? So confused, but I did figure it out. Your prompt is music choice improve the presentation. So if you enjoyed the music or lack thereof, yeah, it's like, because I thought about that, because it's almost like I wanted to give it full points for not using music in places it shouldn't have. But I feel like that's not fair to entrants who compose custom music or who use music that's really good. You know, to give points when it doesn't use any music, that feels almost like I'm giving away the points. Like I feel like I got to give the other maps a chance, especially with one that's this good. So this map had elevators and it had the tram, but it didn't really have like 3 or more methods of traversal. No companion. Skybox was amazing. Structure was not a tower. This is my favorite thing about the map. I loved revisiting the Scorn setting, and I was lost in the atmosphere place. I liked the minimalist design of the weapons and enemies. My least favorite thing about the map? That's fair in how I would rate it. Yeah, exactly. I feel like you would rate things very similarly to how I do if you had to rate them. What was my least favorite thing about the map? I thought the ending was a little abrupt. I wanted to play more. I still don't feel like I learned anything about this place or the society that used to live there. What would I improve about the map? There was something technical that I thought as well. Oh, animations. I wish the weapon had a reload animation, as the gun did have a limited amount of ammo in the magazine, and it wasn't clear when I was reloading. In general, I don't know. Like, I have mixed feelings about the minimalist HUD. Minimalist HUD was clever. I don't like it when the player can't run or use a flashlight, but that's just me. I think it fits this map well. I think some kind of story cue during or before the last elevator would have helped to send off the map conclusively. Okay. Where does that put us? The scores seem kind of low for a map that good. That's the kind of map I consider to be like a perfect 100 pretty much. I had some criticisms of like the ending, but like that's really the best thing you can hope for. That was perfect. 88 is pretty good. When you factor in the bonus or like my weighted average, that lowers it a little bit. but it's still just barely above. Technically, with the weighted score, it's below Ziggurat 1. But with the total average, or the total average with the bonus, is above Ziggurat 1. I think that, like, I think that's fair. The Deepafar, then Ziggurat 1, then Incident Report are kind of my top 3 at this point. Yeah, that seems fair. That was exciting. So there's only one map remaining. My map, Microcosm. I'm going to give a little post-mortem on Microcosm now. Let's see. Microcosm. So Microcosm was my map. I had some issues early on deciding what my idea was going to be. There were like 3 different things I really wanted to do, and I really had a difficult time deciding. I did a little concept stream where I tried out 2 out of 3 of the ideas, and I felt like I was more happy with the idea that I ended up going with. And I'm pretty proud of this map. There's a few things I really don't like about it that I'll talk about, but there's a few things that I really do like about it. Most of which being the voice acting. I'm really happy with the scripting and how the character turned out. And the character is voiced by Stay Fio on YouTube. You're in the chat. So definitely say hi to her, chat. She did an excellent job. But yeah, let's play Microcosm and see what we think. I'm blocking my own intro text. This intro text, I feel kind of mixed about. I always, like, I wait too long to write these, and then when I do write them, I kind of rush it. Like I said, the resistance against the Combine instead of just the resistance, as though I needed to define it. Because I never feel like the resistance is actually called the capital R resistance in Half-Life 2. You're one such operator is one thing I said. So like the second sentence I wrote says you are one such operator, but I never talked about operators in the preceding sentence. So like grammatically that doesn't really work. I also don't know if I needed to say Dr. Zielinski was from Aperture Science. That could have like lore ramifications in the future if I want to use that character again. But I don't know. I take this over GPT any day. Oh, thanks you. Appreciate that. Because I wrote it myself. That's why it has mistakes in it. This background image was by 19T, or Joe. He's been helping me out with graphic design ever since Mechanophobia. And I really appreciate his help because it elevates my maps a lot. I wouldn't have had time to do that on my own. You get the crowbar here. I wanted you to start out without holding your weapons, so you know that this is kind of like where you live. This is your place, and you have your weapons out on the table. You're ready to pick them up, inspect them. If you look down, you can see you're a rebel. That's a map base 8 feature. That's something new that Blix added in map base 8 that's usable ever since Halloween Horror in Map Labs. This whiteboard texture is another asset made. Sick background image, thank you. This whiteboard is also made by 19T, who made the background image. So this is another thing where he helped me a lot with the graphic design. For one of my maps called Distress Signal, I actually drew the whiteboards on my own physical whiteboard up in my office. This, I think, looks a little bit better. You can tell that it was made digitally, but I think it looks cleaner than if I tried actually physically writing on a whiteboard. My handwriting is just awful, so I like this better. Big fan of the player picking up their weapons instead of just starting with them. Yeah, I'm glad you say that because I feel the same way and I couldn't really articulate why until you said that. But like in the new Entropy Zero remaster, we're adding that where when you start out, you're going to pick up your weapons off of a table instead of holding them. I think we mostly did that for the VR version, so you physically pick up your items. Anyways, yeah, so we are Eric. Chat named Eric. His full name is Eric Warper, because he uses the warp field. I don't know if that name is going to be canon or not. Yeah. Not much else to say about that. This area is pretty rough. I didn't spend a lot of time on it, but I just wanted the idea that you're in a canal because I wanted you to have like a getaway vehicle that you came in on. I don't know why I thought boat. Maybe I was just thinking of my old map, Distress Signal. Maybe it should have been literally the boat from Distress Signal. Wait a minute. No, that wouldn't make sense. No, because that's in a whole different location. Yeah, that wouldn't have worked. I like Rebel with HEV. He become John Freeman. Exactly. Yeah, you do transform into John Freeman in this. One of the things that I did with this map that I'm really happy with is level transitions. So, like, first of all, most of the challenge time was spent on just the part where you shrink yourself. I did, like, all of this in, like, the last 3 or 4 days of the challenge. It was ridiculous. So I kind of speed ran this area, and it's pretty basic looking. I mean, there's not a lot of, like, props or shapes or detailed geometry like you'd expect in a map. But, I wanted to have stuff that you can interact with at the beginning of the map that later on at the end of the map you will see again. So if you kill these zombies now, they'll be dead when you come back. If you don't kill them, they'll be alive. So if I kill this guy, when I come back, he'll be a corpse. But if I don't kill him, then when the Combine come through here, they'll actually fight him. And I just think that kind of thing is really neat. It makes every playthrough different. Maybe I'll just, like, wake them up and not kill them and see what happens. Because that will make this playthrough unique. You can write it physically with your bad writing and make character dialogue that talks about it. That's true. I think they call that lamp shading. So yeah, I'm just going to leave those zombies be, and we'll see them later. This Ohms Power Inc. was also by 19T, and that's actually for Mechanophobia, and I reused it. I want to start building up a library of assets that... Excuse me, I'm talking. I want to start building up a library of assets I can reuse in all my maps. This scene is a little half-baked. I did this very late in the challenge. It's just a bunch of props in a big box. Pretty rough. Ohms Power Inc., my beloved. Also, the mega structure is just the Citadel spires from the end of Half-Life 2 when you look through the portal. It's 2 of them end to end. I didn't have enough time to actually make a mega structure. That was kind of the whole point. This book was done by 19T, and I believe the prop was put together by Cheese Dreamer, right? Cheese Dreamer's here. Gildan and Cheese Dreamer and 19T were helping me a lot up to the last day of the challenge. We were really down to the wire this time, and I really appreciate you guys helping me out. Yeah, thanks, Cheese Dreamer. Appreciate it. I will say, 19T also did a back for the book, and I don't really like the back. I'm gonna be on, like, I like the design of it, but there's a problem with it. Thankfully, it's hard to flip over, so nobody actually saw this. But 19T wrote this little description where he says, "Help, I'm stuck inside of an old 1980s sci-fi book. If anyone can see this, please don't let Eric Warper enter the teleporter." It's a little fourth wall break thing saying that this whole entry is actually a simulation and you shouldn't go in the teleporter. This is clever if players aren't going to read this, but I figure I actually wanted players to read this, and so I didn't really like the idea of treating it as like a meta joke or like a fourth wall break, because that wasn't what I wanted to actually do world building with it. So I was a little disappointed, but he did a good job with the font, the barcode, and the picture of Dr. Zelensky, and the little graphic. It's really well put together. I just wish I would have said something about the text. I'm like, we could have done better with that, I think. I also really like what 19T did with, flip that over again. Yeah, I like what 19T did with the cover. The style is really good, but I specifically asked him to use the Dyson sphere that Breadman made for the ending of Entropy 02. That's what that is. Because I wanted that to be the reference image for what the megastructures look like in the book. Here we go. Also, I flipped it over too fast, but there's a tiny couch that's subtle foreshadowing, and I'm really happy with how people actually noticed it and seemed to like take note. I'm sad I didn't catch that at the back of the book. I'm gonna or do you mean the little couch? Like there's a little tiny couch on the other side of the table. I like just the basic City 17 style of this map, or City 14, I suppose. I haven't made many maps like that in a while, I don't think. I wish there was a bad ending if you didn't pick up the teleport. The Combine would use it. Oh, that would have been so cool. Like an alternate ending. The book, I don't like the text on the back of the book. The style of the back of the book is good, especially with the picture. Tiny keyboard. People notice these tiny props. Now, I did notice a problem. After you level transition back to this map at the end, this prop will stop gliding properly. I didn't manage to fix that before the time was up. This map is not the most stable or functional map that I've made. I'll say that much. I really wanted a mirror in the map. I just kind of threw this one in because I didn't know where to put the mirror. I like how this mirror shows you what you look like before you get the hazard suit and when you get the hazard suit later. That was something I really wanted to do, was have the players start with no hazard suit but weapons and then get the hazard suit with weapons. Because it always used to be in Half-Life 2 mods, if you didn't have the hazard suit, you didn't have any weapons, because your view model, like your arms, would always have the hazard suit on. But ever since Map Base 8 and Blix's protagonist system, you can have rebel arms and have weapons. So I really wanted to like showcase that. Didn't even notice the hazard suit on the way out. Was too busy run, think, shoot, living. That's fair. There is like action music playing. Prompts you to go faster. I set these head crabs to have server-side ragdolls, so when you transition back into the map later, they'll still be here. I just like that continuity of like coming back to the same area and stuff stays the same. These are baby head crabs. So they're not shrunken head crabs, they are babies. They're supposed to be like the baby head crabs from the first Half-Life. And the reason I made them baby head crabs is just because full-scale head crabs would be too big to fit in the teleporter later on. That's the whole reason. And maybe I'll leave this as a little treat for myself later when we come back. There we go. So that voice line was actually an Alex line. I'm sure most of you recognize it from Half-Life 2 when Alex tests out the teleporter, and apparently it's very painful for her, but she's okay. She's fine, actually. I didn't have Stave or Rodent Girl re-record that for Dr. Zelinsky. I figured Alex's scream works just as well. I don't think I would be able to get the audio effects on it to have like the sound of Alex being ripped apart at a molecular level the way Valve did, so I just reused the Alex line. Hopefully nobody thinks that was Alex. It feels like playing Gary's mod. Is that because of the player model and the legs and stuff? That is very Gary's mod. Some players commented on how there's a level transition so early in the map, which is very unusual. And the reason there's a level transition is actually because of the skybox. In the next map, I use the skybox for the shrinking illusion. So you don't actually shrink. It uses the 3D skybox to make everything look big. So I couldn't have a real 3D skybox and have the shrinking thing. So that's why there's a level transition. You're actually transitioning into another map where the real map is in the skybox and the skybox is the real map. Kind of confusing. I'll talk about that in a second. Also, this map has a version of the next room that is what you'll see later, where everything is rearranged and there's bombs set up. We don't see it right now, but that's basically where we're going to end up. There's like a little bit of a time skip where Dr. Zelinsky gets stuff ready while you're in the teleporter. Level transition. I use Slam and VRAD for map compiling to get world texture shadows. I don't think the map-based VRAD can do that yet. But I like these. It's a little pixelated with the light map scale, but I like the shadows cast from the grates. I love the subversion of the theme. I really appreciate that. I was very insecure about it. I was like, is that really a good idea? Like, I like taking the themes very directly usually, but I'm happy with how it ended up. Now we're in the version of the map where we can shrink. What do I want to say about this first? This was the first thing I made on stream. It took me forever just to do this room on stream. I wasn't very confident in the map at that time. I had this idea that the building used to be like a museum or a school or something, and that's why there's this sort of weird bath-tiled inlay in the floor. Like maybe there used to be water in here, or this was like for like a demonstration or an experiment. My potion! Yeah, I was going to talk about that in a second. I love the way that line turned out. It's so good. 19T made this. The timeline of different portal technologies, just mostly to establish that this teleporter is different. It works different from the one in the base game. And also that it uses a combine battery. HV uses low texture. No, it doesn't. Machine kind of reminds me of Shadow Walker. Which part? Oh, because it's like the teleporter from Kleiner's lab. I also used that in Shadow Walker in the barn. That's how their teleporter was set up. Usually with the way Kleiner and Eli's teleporters are set up, this platform is actually an elevator that rides up on these rails, and then there's going to be some kind of apparatus here that actually teleports you. I guess for some reason you can't be on the ground when you teleport in Half-Life. I don't know. This is, you know, as mentioned before, a different style of teleporter. I use the same props, but it's supposed to be a different technology. So I didn't bother with the whole, like, you lift up on the platform, and we don't have time for that. We don't have time for that here. Although I did use a lot of the same props from Eli and Kleiner's labs for this. The teleporter itself is just a block. I felt like I was especially uncreative on the day that I made this. I was like, oh, what is the teleporter going to look like? That's like the main structure. We're going to climb in it, and it's going to be like a big deal. What should it look like? And the best thing I could come up with was a trapezoid. I'm a little disappointed in myself, but you know, it works. Geometry is not my strong suit. We just heard the first voice line there. One thing I used in this map a lot was what Valve calls nags, which is when a character will tell you to do something, but then they'll wait a while and tell you to do it again in case you didn't understand the first time or got lost or something. So you'll see these lines kind of play on a loop, where she'll say like, hey, over here, kind of like Navi from Ocarina of Time. Yeah, hey, over here, you know, come help me out. Whatever else she says.
I really appreciate your assistance.
Really appreciate your assistance. I love the reactions I got from people to seeing Dr. Zelensky. It was so good. I don't know if anybody really noticed the gravity gun there first. I used to have a sprite on it, but the sprite didn't scale right. I had to take it off. Also, there's a little foreshadowing here talking about scaling issues with the Alcubierre drive. Now, I realize I was talking to 19T about like warp drives as the technology behind this, but it's not really a warp drive because it's not moving. It's a teleporter. Like it's more of a wormhole. I think I was writing, oh, it's a warp drive, and then I realized it's not a warp drive, it's a wormhole drive. So maybe that was a mistake on my part. But yeah, no, 19T did a really good job with this. Also, a little reference to Entropy 02 with the Arbite 3 arrows there. Is that the sentient cloud?
I really appreciate
Realized that. And also an Aperture Science poster kind of referencing Zelensky being from Aperture rather than Black Mesa. We're gonna help her out.
As you can probably surmise, my teleporter has a few bugs to work out.
So, Rodent Girl's voice is pitched up for the shrunken lines.
And hook it up to the mini porter.
The rest of the lines are not really processed. I thought it would be a little goofy if her voice was like completely chipmunked, but the slight chipmunk I think is very funny to me. I think it would sound unnatural if it was just a regular person's voice with a shrunken person in a scene like this. I really like this magnifying glass prop from Half-Life 2. It helps a lot in the scene. I did notice a bug where if you scale down an NPC, and you tell them to look at something, they will actually, for some reason, when you're scaled down, they face the opposite direction. Like if I go over here, she's gonna face that way. I don't know why that is. Something to do with the math of like where eye position is relative to the World Space Center or something. You think she'd call someone from Black Mesa a Black Mesa buffoon? I guess. I suppose she might say that. Yeah, let's get the car battery. Scaling NPCs doesn't work very well. Like, you can't scale ragdolls. If a scaled NPC dies, they'll spawn a regular size ragdoll. It's a huge problem if you are trying to make NPCs smaller. I always thought it was really funny how that just makes like an explosion sound.
Thank heavens.
Something to do with the eyes bone position. I think you're right.
Unfortunately, our work here isn't done. We need to realign the Zen crystal inside the teleporter.
I like doing the choreography for these
Too
lines.
small to access without disassembling the whole thing.
I think I could have put emphasis on different
That's where this
points,
mini
though.
porter will come in handy.
She looks at the mini porter when she says that.
It's a completely different principle from the Black Mesa design. My design doesn't require a Zen relay or any kind of emulation. Instead, it uses the Zen crystal as a negative mass source to create a wormhole. In terms you would understand, it folds space-time through itself.
That line had the lip sync
Design is
failed,
simpler and more elegant.
and I couldn't figure out how to fix it.
Side effect. The folded space can scale relative to the destination. But we can turn this bug into a feature. We'll use the teleporter to shrink you, then you realign the crystal. First things first, it's dangerous to bring firearms through the warp field.
I think I did this put your guns in a box thing just because I didn't want you to shrink and then shoot and realize that your gun didn't leave bullet holes and things. That was the main problem. Dr. Zelinsky's model is one of the citizen models from Entropy 02 for
Pick 'em up later.
Arbite Communications employees.
Into this box.
I didn't realize that Blix set that model up with body groups, so you can change out their shirts and their ID badges and glasses or no glasses. I thought that was really cool. I set her up to look like this. I think the design is just perfect for the character I was going for. And I didn't need to make any texture changes. I wanted to give her like a unique face map or different hair color, different eye color, or whatever, just to differentiate her, but I don't think I needed to. She does a really weird animation when
Keep your weapons safe in this
the
box.
weapons box activates. That's actually a Combine Soldier animation, and that was all I had for that. Oops. Yeah, when you press E, it just strips your weapons and creates some
Let's
props
use that
in there.
hazard suit. The crystal gives off a lot of radiation, so you'll need to wear some PPE. I hope it fits okay. It's a hand-me-down.
I wanted to give a unique texture to the HEV suit, and I just didn't have time to do that. My favorite line is coming up.
Excuse me.
Wasn't that?
Pardon me. Don't worry, I won't look.
Don't worry, I won't look. I do think that with the script, I kind of budgeted too much time on the nags for like that scene. She has like 3 different nags for putting on the hazard suit. I should have created nags for entering the teleporter, which is where everyone got stuck. I don't know why I thought I needed 3 nags for like putting your weapons in the box, and 3 nags for the teleport or for the HEV suit, and 3 nags for shrinking yourself. But then I had no nags at all for the thing that people actually
Suit.
got confused about. That was kind of a mistake. I think I wrote the script kind of in a hurry, and we had 1 recording session to do all the lines, and so I just didn't think through like where to spend our time enough. I overdid it on some of the earlier lines and didn't think through the later ones. I also messed up the clipping on this banner thing, so you have to crouch, which is really awkward.
Alright, I'll start up the teleporter. First thing you'll need is a tool for moving things around.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Took a
Something important.
energy manipulator on loan, but I'm afraid I had to leave it behind when I was drunk. My potion.
The potion.
What was I saying?
I love that.
Right.
So when she says, "What was I saying?" Oh, right. That's an interrupt scene. So it's a scene that's playing, and if she gets interrupted, she plays the interrupt scene and then resumes the scene at the next pause point, which I think is just so cool. You can have characters like, if you had an exposition scene in a mod and then there was combat, you could have the characters stop talking when they see a head crab, do your combat encounter, and then they'd be like, "Oh, what was I telling you? Oh yeah, this," and then they go back to it. I just think that's so neat. I also forgot to try out, there's like other lines for if you like shoot your gun or whack things or throw things around near her, she'll complain about it. It says like, "Please take this task seriously." I think I need my gun for that.
Hop into the portal and try to find the 0 point
Should have done it.
manipulator.
You guys can take my word for it. I want to be here all night. So now we're going to shrink ourselves. So the way the shrinking works is that this map is actually the 3D skybox. There's a giant scaled up version of the map over there. And so we're going to teleport to the scaled up version. And everything in this map will appear as part of the 3D skybox. But then I have V scripts that are running for every physics object that creates a copy that's scaled up in the large world, and those are invisible, so they sync up with where things are in the real world. That's using an entity that Blix made for a map base called Logic Measure Movement. I don't remember if Logic Measure Movement was part of Half-Life 2, but I know Blix added a lot to it, including one thing he added was the ability to scale how far the offset is. So I used that. So thanks to map base, I was able to do this. Without map base, this would be impossible. Maybe if I was trying to do this like the old-fashioned way, I would have used just like a level transition. But then you wouldn't be able to go back and forth the way you do in this map. Kind of awkward how she walks to the table. The collisions on this thing are awful, and I made a mistake. I should have made this way easier to navigate. I'll talk about that in a minute. It's also way too easy to clip into things because this is actually all the 3D skybox. If you walk too close to something, it will Z-clip into it. It looks pretty bad, and I wish I would have spent more time polishing that, but it's kind of, it's so fundamental to the map, it's a hard thing to fix. Like, how do you stop the player from getting that close to something? I don't know. HEV suit looks low texture when looking at yourself. It doesn't. Like, it looks like the same. It is based on the Gordon Freeman model and not based on the Hazard suit item pickup model, so maybe that's why you think that. But it looks the way it's supposed to. Theoretical megastructure. How did you create the interactive geometry in the 3D skybox area? Yeah, so I have a V script on every physics object that creates an identical physics object, scales it up 16 times, and then uses a logic measure movement to position it in the world relative to where it is in the real world. So basically, every small or every regular sized thing has a giant equivalent, and that's all V script powered. But it doesn't work super well. I scaled it up actually to 18 times instead of 16 times so that there would be less Z clipping, but that didn't fix the problem. And it also means that the collisions are kind of janky. Like, you can tell things aren't scaled quite right. Like, there's an invisible object right here. I don't even know what it is. Sometimes things don't rotate right. Like, it is very janky. No. A lot of these problems I didn't discover until very late in the process, unfortunately. I also, Redonkulous, I really liked your suggestion to make typing noises if you walk on the keyboard. I wish I would have done that. But all the props use the same V script, so there aren't really like unique interactions for things. This is fun. This was like the very first thing I demoed was an NPC moving something when you're scaled down. This battery the script is broken on it, and that makes me really sad because everyone tries to pick it up and you can't. That's a bug. Gravity gun.
You found it. Now bring it back to the mini porter.
I do like how she gestures to the mini porter, although I don't know where she's looking right now. It looks kind of weird. She can't actually see me because I'm not real. Remember, I'm like in a different part of the map.
Porter and stand on the send pad.
Back to the mini porter and stand on the send pad. This part is so painful. Like, so many people had issues with this. I really wish I would have spent more time on like the clipping and making things work together. Like, there should have just been small objects on the desk that you could use to jump up, rather than me trying to make this sticky. That doesn't really make any sense. I should have had like, oh, there's a ramp here that you can walk up. That would have made it so much better. But yeah, this is the send pad. I also wish I would have had Dr. Zelinsky hit a button on the mini porter, like that button in particular, to like start up the send pad. It doesn't really work the way the one in Kleiner's lab does, but oh, I think that is set up wrong. Well, so now we're big.
Do is enter the main teleporter and realign the crystal.
So this is the biggest flaw in the map.
Figure it out.
Oop, she teleported.
Lab assistant so far.
I did not properly tell players that we needed to go like in there, and there's so many different things I could have done to make this better. There should have been more signposting that that's like a place you can go in. Like, should have been like more like sort of like text or things that draw your attention, or just generally like a sign or something to let you know that you can go in there. Dr. Zelinsky should have had nags to tell you like, hey, remember, you got to go in the main teleporter. You remember, you can use the access panels to get in the teleport, you know, something like that. But I didn't do that. I also didn't clip this thing in the big area. I think Redonkulous, in your playthrough, you tried to stand on this, and that would have been a perfect solution, but I didn't set it up properly. I did add this little hint as like a last-ditch effort to make this puzzle solvable. I don't know if it worked. The way I like to solve this is use this desk. Now, there's different ways you can do it. There's not just one solution, but what I like tested with was using that desk, using a prop to make like a little ramp. Then you use the big desk to get onto the other desk. Now, did anyone actually figure that out? I don't think so. I think that was a really bad puzzle, honestly. There we go. This was my intended solution. I don't know why I thought that would be obvious. That was not. You also need to move these props out of the way so that there's a path. Again, I don't think anybody would have known to do that. Here. Oh, I think that battery work? Oh yeah, there's also, I don't know where these batteries came from. There's also these head crabs that spawn and Dr. Zelinsky fights them. But I do find that sometimes the AI breaks when they're in the skybox. Probably something to do with where the player can see. So like aim doesn't work as well when the player isn't in the same space. Might even die. Okay, no, she survived. I wanted her to fight the head crabs while you're small because I feel like that's like a spectacle. Like there's a kaiju battle going on, you know, she's fighting these head crabs, but the head crabs are like the size of striders normally. I thought that was cool. I don't know if that really worked the way I wanted it to. The inside of the teleporter, I like using this combine mortar prop as like the laser that shrinks you. It is very Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. I did watch that movie before I worked on this, and that was kind of an inspiration. That's where the name Dr. Zelinsky comes from. I don't think anybody got that reference, thankfully. It seems so much more creative when it's just a name that I came up with and not just lifted from a movie. Apparently Dr. Zelinsky had another lab assistant who didn't fare so well. She didn't mention him at all. So that's a little bit dark. But I wanted to have an excuse for there to be item pickups in here. I also needed to show the player that you can break the cobwebs early on. I feel like this whole section is kind of badly designed, which I'll get into more. I was in a little bit of a rush for most of this. I don't know why I struggled so much with the timing with this challenge. Head crabs. These head crabs, they're scaled up. The bounding box doesn't really work, and so a lot of times the collisions with props is a little janky. I should have used antlions and actually made the antlion AI use the headcrab model, but I didn't have time to like mess around with that. There's this puzzle here where the classic plugs from Half-Life 2 are here, but they're scaled up. You can pick up this one and plug it in, and it makes a cool sound. I thought that was really fun, but it doesn't actually do anything. It's not actually necessary to progress. I just thought it was cool. I hope players who figured it out thought it was necessary to progress, and I hope players who didn't figure it out thought it wasn't necessary. It's a little smoke and mirrors there. I was clearly a little bit creatively bankrupt for this map, so I have like lasers. Somebody in a playthrough I saw today called them the Resident Evil lasers, and I thought that was really funny, like from the Resident Evil movie. It's not what I was thinking of, but they were kind of thought it was needed for the Zen crystal. Yeah, we'll go with that. You know, we'll go with that. I was worried that people wouldn't know how to climb this these wires. I couldn't just have a little ladder in here since this isn't supposed to be. I saw that in Red's chat. Yeah, when Red was playing, somebody was like, "Oh, it's the Resident Evil lasers." I thought that was so funny. So I committed a cardinal sin in this room. Can you guys tell me what I did wrong? Because I don't know why I thought it was a good idea. It didn't. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like it ruined the map. Gamers don't look up. Exactly. Why did I put that up there? Gamers don't look up. I should have had like maybe like a big red arrow here that's like, look up. Or like something falls from the ceiling. Or maybe there's like a big shake and you're like, whoa, what's up there? But I didn't do that. And thankfully people seem to have figured it out, but I wouldn't blame anyone for getting stuck. Training the player to break webs with physics props did the trick. Oh, I'm glad. I see that almost was a fail if I hadn't added those webs in. In your defense, it is a big-ass web. Yeah, exactly. The hula doll is fun because normally you're not scaled this small relative to it, although the prop looks kind of cursed when you're this small. I will say that. You can block this laser, which looks like it'll be the solution, but it's not the solution. The solution is to break the web. We realigned the Zen crystal. I really was like creatively struggling with this. I'm like, what do you do to fix a teleporter that only works some of the time? So here's another thing. It's like, why did we have to fix the teleporter if it was working? And in my mind, the reason is that it's only able to target the mini porter. But I don't think Dr. Zielinski ever said that. I think I just assumed that. Like, it works when it targets the mini porter, but in order for it to target anything else, we need to realign the Zen crystal, whatever that means. Hopefully that made sense. It made sense to me. This area is meant to be like quantum scale, like you became a bacteria or something. It is using a Zen skybox, so I figure people will probably think that it's just meant to be Zen, and that's okay. Honestly, it is a Zen crystal, like why not? But my whole thought process was this, is that it's supposed to be Ant-Man, you know, like you shrunk yourself down to microscopic scale, and now we're finding the teleporter out. I'm just a brute with guns. I'll trust the egghead when they tell me to do something. You know, that's fair. I feel like a lot of games work on that principle.
You did it. We're all set here. And not a moment too soon.
Not a moment too soon. I didn't even realize that was stolen from Half-Life 2. That's how, like, Half-Life 2 obsessed I've become. So, I don't think I made it clear what's happening here, what the plan is, but she basically just set the teleporter to teleport itself, and then the teleporter teleported itself here. Hey, wait for me. Here's our present that we left for ourselves. Hey, wait for me. So before I start running, music just got intense. I wanted to note that there's C4 all throughout the lab. At the beginning of the map, we said we can't leave anything behind. That's why there's explosives rigged up everywhere. We wanted to just like level this whole building. Yeah, so we have the mini porter with the full-size teleporter on it. Now we're just carrying the whole desk out. I thought it was so funny that you get to carry the desk outside with you, but it was a really bad idea because I didn't design these doorways for that. So I actually had to make some of the door like not physics enabled. It's like fake. You can slide the door in and out better. Here's our present that we left for ourselves. Oh, and I forgot, we got to get our weapons out of the box. Forget that. Red Zombie had a really funny bug when he played earlier today that I'll talk about in a second. So now we get to see ourselves with the hazard suit on. Yeah, there's us. We are now John Freeman. This door opens because I accidentally set it to the same name as the other door. Oh well. My crosshair disappeared. Weird, that didn't even work. Yeah, this is open now. Head grabs are still there. The way the logic works is when you go through that doorway, Dr. Zielinski detonates the C4 right here to set off the lab. But when Red Zombie played, Dr. Zielinski for some reason was like stuck right here. And so when I walked through that doorway, she detonated the C4 and it set her on fire. And she was just on fire, but she has so much HP that she was fine. And then it got really weird. That was very awkward. Why is there C4 everywhere? So Dr. Zielinski set up the C4 to blow up the lab because we're not supposed to leave any evidence behind for the Combine to find. So we're just going to set the whole place on fire. I think I waited too long so the music stopped. Get out of here. When I go through this door, she's going to detonate the explosives. Boom. And there's some Combine in there that get set on fire. And now the whole lab is on fire. I said it before, but it's refreshing to play with a companion that's both likable and capable. I genuinely could spend another 4 chapters with the scientist character. I know I'm so happy with how Dr. Zielinski turned out. That's all thanks to Stafe's voice acting. But I also like the scripting and just like the situationally. I think she's a fun character. Like, I would like to use this character again and have more stories with Eric and Dr. Zielinski. She doesn't even have a first name. I figure her first name probably starts with W because Wayne in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but I don't know. Maybe her name is Wanda or something. We can come up with better than that. So like I said at the beginning, because we're using level transitions, those zombies that we woke up at the beginning are still there. And now... Oh, okay, Dr. Zielinski killed them. I was hoping that they would distract the Combine for us, but apparently not. This combat encounter isn't designed very well because it's a choke point. I didn't really think it through well enough, and it was kind of so late in the process that I didn't have time to redesign it. I think it works fine for just a set piece moment, you know? Not meant to be the most groundbreaking thing ever. The Combine have the glowing eyes from Entropy Zero because I wanted them to be visible in the dark. That one has a shotgun, which is also a map-based feature. Because normally the cops can't use shotguns, but in map-based they can. So, if Dr. Zielinski kills the cop with the shotgun before you, because she's a citizen, and citizens pick up weapons dropped by the Combine, she'll pick up his shotgun. And I just think that's a neat little interaction. Like, now she's got a shotgun. You can take her pistol if you really want. It's the SIG P220 from Counter-Strike Source. I survived because the fire inside me burned brighter than the fire around me. That goes hard, donuts. The ending is a little bit anticlimactic. Rodent Girl pointed out to me that I should have had a voice line here when you get to the end. That would have been better. Normally I'd throw hands for a civvy yoinking my shotgun, but I'll make an exception for the doc. Yeah, exactly. She needs a better weapon to defend herself. So, Dr. Zielinski was voiced by Rodent Girl. Thank you, Rodent Girl, for the voice. Really appreciate it. The whiteboards were 19T. The book was by Cheese Dreamer, who is also in chat. My own credits are going too fast for me to read them. There was a City 14 logo that was donated by someone called Neutron Decay. I wanted to make sure to credit them as well. I think I actually missed some of the programs used in the tools used list because 19T used a different like graphic design tool than what I use. Maybe he used paint.net or something like that. Usually I try very hard to list everything in my credits. I am so happy with this background map. To me, this, like, I realized the ending was underwhelming, so I needed something to have a little punch at the end. And basically we see that they've now rigged up the teleporter onto the boat, and the boat can teleport itself like the Borealis from, you know, Half-Life. And now they're going to teleport around and go off on adventures. I also just like that they're in a bathtub. Like, it's just cute. I think that the idea, the high concept of this map is just so whimsical and silly. It's not something that I can really take seriously, but it is something that I enjoy a lot. We have episode 3 at home, exactly. They built their own Borealis. Now they're teleporting into people's bathtubs. I also really like the contrast of the mega structure in the background with the teleporter in the foreground, because that's kind of the bait and switch of my story. Is like you see this Combine mega structure and you're like, oh, that's the mega structure, but it's not. The mega structure is the teleporter. That was my entry. It's called Microcosm, and I'm happy with it. I wasn't feeling great about it when I submitted. I was feeling okay about it, I guess, but I think seeing your playthrough, Redonkulous, and seeing Red Zombie play it made me so happy, because you guys reacted pretty much exactly how I hoped you would react. It seemed like you had fun, which was good, and it seemed like the problems with the map didn't stop you from having fun, because this map had a lot of problems, and some of it made me feel kind of frustrated with myself, because it's like, I already learned that players don't look up. Why did I have a puzzle where you look up? You know, it's like, I feel like sometimes progress isn't linear, and you can forget lessons that you've already learned, and I struggle with that a little bit. You're like a giant bath toy? Yeah, exactly. I wanted the boat to be even smaller relative to the bathtub, but I think this is 1/16th scale, so that worked the best for it. The teleporter shrink that made everything look mega. Exactly. Yeah, that was the twist. Yeah, that's my map. Microcosm. I'm happy with the materials. So as always, when I'm reviewing my own entry, I need for it. Yeah, this is me right now. I'm reviewing Microcosm. Short but sweet. I took some time figuring out getting the teleporter and freeing the crystal, but never felt particularly stuck. That's good. Took some time to figure it out and look around and figure it out. Sometimes it's okay to not make the solution obvious. I appreciate that. I do think there's a lot of things that I could do better, but I'm really glad that you enjoyed it, and I'm happy that that problem in particular didn't stop you from enjoying it, because that's what I was worried about. I like how the logo being outside the background makes it look mega. Exactly. Yeah, I really wanted the Mega Mania to be outside the window, so it's like clearly like up in the sky, with the mega structure. I'm happy with my own lighting. I think I could do better with lighting. I mean, I that's something I've been noticing lately, is like colored lighting looks really good in maps. I saw that in Nightmare World. I saw that in Ziggurat 1. I saw that a little bit in like Incident Report. A lot of the like really good looking maps in this challenge had like really like striking colored lights. Not so much Incident Report, because that had like a more muted color scheme, but they did use red lights in some areas to great effect. So I wanna do better with colors, but I'm happy with the lighting in this. Um, I don't know if the aesthetic was that unique, because it is just City 17. Well, City 14, but you know what I mean. It's like it's supposed to look like Half-Life 2. It kind of looks like Half-Life 2. I'm not gonna give myself points for that. I think the props were okay. It had a background. I don't know if this was somebody else's map, would I give them points for it? I think so, because it had thematic relevance. It had soundscapes. I dare to say the sound design improved the presentation because there's like cues when you enter and exit the teleporter. There's soundscapes that change when you go into the vents or when you become bigger, become small, or go on the teleporter. Um, there was music. There was no custom music, but I did use a lot of music tracks, especially tracks that were associated with the teleporter in Half-Life 2. Do you think you're going to try to make something for Prop Hunt Map Labs? I'm still deciding because the idea that I've had in my head is like at first, okay, my goal for my next Map Labs is I want to really focus in on making like solid single player gameplay. I want to have companions, I want to have puzzles, I want to have like resource management. I just really want to make like a solid like companion driven, character driven single player linear map, which is not what the next challenge is. The next challenge is for multiplayer. So I'm struggling with that, but I had an idea. What if I made a microcosm sequel where it's wherever Dr. Zelensky and Eric end up, but it's prop hunt. So Eric and Dr. Zelensky are like in another room, and the prop hunt team are like rebel scientists who are helping them. And you have to like hide from the combine, and there's like small props and stuff. I don't know. I thought it would be cute. I don't know if it's a good idea or not. Um, but I'm still trying to decide about that. Were there box rooms? I think there were some like rooms that weren't detailed enough, like the big warehouse room at the beginning. And the tunnel at the beginning also is kind of simple. That'd be a lot of fun. If I was gonna do that, I have a couple of ideas. I want to have, and I don't remember Gary's Mod players, if you could help me out with this. Can you interact with things in Prop Hunt? Like, are you still allowed to press E to interact? Because I want to have like stuff in the environment that you can interact with. Like, you can turn on the stove. Maybe someone will like hide as a uh they'll disguise themselves as a frying pan and stay on the stove, and then the hunter team will just turn on the stove, burn them. I think that would be really funny. Oh, only props can interact with things. That's actually interesting. I also wanted to have like a room with an incinerator, or like there's that room in Half-Life 1 where if you press the button and then the blast shield goes down and everything gets irradiated in questionable ethics. I want to have like a room like that, but it's in prop hunt. So either, if anybody hides in that room, the hunter team could just nuke the whole room, but also the props, if they get behind the hunters, could activate the trap in the room and kill all the hunters. Are props allowed to kill the hunters? That is that cheating? I don't know prop hunt well enough. I'm a fake Gary's Mod fan. I don't remember how it is for hunters. I think they can just shoot things. Oh, but they could shoot the stove to turn it on, or shoot the button to activate the trap. That would be kind of cool. Hunters and props can press buttons. Okay. There were environmental changes because there's like the whole scaling thing, and Dr. Zelensky moving the PC out of the way. So that is textbook NPCs interacting with the environment. Prop LARP. You're not highly detailed. I was able to play through without getting stuck. I worry that some players would not be able to play through that. Obviously, I made the map, so I can't judge that. It definitely had a new puzzle mechanic. It definitely had a new NPC that was used in a notable way. I think the protagonist was well defined. It said you are a resistance operator looking for a teleporter. It says your name is Eric. You're Eric. You're with the resistance. You look in the mirror and you see what your face looks like. I wish more Map Labs entries would do that, honestly. Like, that's something that's, I don't know if that's important to everyone, but that's important to me. It's like, who is the character? Who are we playing as? What's our relation to the world? Like, it doesn't even have to be like you're this character, but if you're like, you're a person who's with the resistance, like that's good enough as well, as long as it's clearly defined what your goal is. I hope the story of the map was comprehensible. There were bugs. Particularly, there was collisions not working when you're small. Or like Dr. Zelensky getting set on fire in Red Zombies playthrough. I hope people enjoyed it, what I'm seeing so far. And I've gotten some reactions from it as well. I think it's well paced. I like that it has like a 3-act structure to it. Like you first you're like looking for Dr. Zelensky, then you're helping her with the teleporter, and then you're escaping. I'm really proud of that actually. I think a lot of maps don't really have like a beginning, middle, and end. Um, I don't think there's any replayable elements. Maybe if I had done more like hidden items and things, that would have done it. I hope the plot was good, and I hope the conclusion was satisfying. I would have not given myself points for this if not for the background map. I think the background map saved the ending, because the ending was a little bit underwhelming. I want the player to be John Freeman. Yeah, this map, you are John Freeman. How unique is the map? I'm going to pat myself on the back and say it's like an 8 or 9. I don't think anybody's done a shrinking map before. I know it's like Obama giving Obama the medal, but I don't think anybody's done that before. There weren't 3 methods of navigation. I mean, there was the boat, there was the teleporter, and there's like the ladders or like the wires or something. You could count it, but I don't count it because I didn't deliberately try to set out to make 3. You got to play the Billion Units Map Labs challenge. Oh yeah, you did an entry with a rat map, didn't you? I think you mentioned that on your stream. Tiny horror map by yours truly, but it didn't have like shrinking, right? It was just like you are a rat. I want to play that map though. I really do. That sounds really fun. This map, my map, absolutely contains a companion, and I just want to say I'm disappointed that not more of the entries did. I thought that was a great bonus objective. I just love companions, and I wanted to see more companion gameplay. Downscale the player. So you scaled the player, but you didn't like so you didn't scale up everything else. You scaled down the player. Why didn't I do that? That I feel like maybe I overcomplicated my map a little bit. I use the 3D skybox in an interesting way because when you shrink, the entire map is the 3D skybox. And the megastructure is kind of a tower. It's sort of not a tower, but I'm going to say it's a tower. My favorite thing about the map, I like that the map had a 3-act structure. Backtracking. And a voiced companion character. Like, really, that's what it's all about for me. I like storytelling. I like narratives. So I'm happy that I was able to achieve that. I think it's funny that my favorite thing about Microcosm was not the scaling. Like, that almost felt like an afterthought, even though that was how I started the map. The parts of it that I'm most happy with are the level transitions, Dr. Zelensky, the response system, the scenes, choreography. Those are the things that I want to focus on. I don't think I really want to focus on stuff like scaling gimmicks anymore. Not to say that I never will, because I'm sure I'll do that again at some point, but downscaling the player came with drawbacks, tons of Z clipping against walls. Oh, so that's not just something in my method, but you had that too. Player moves too fast. Yeah, because player movement doesn't scale and jumps too high for their size. It's fixable with speed mod and gravity, but that misses with surface friction. Ooh. I probably could have made my map work with that method, but the way that I did it like scaled your movement relative to the environment. I think that's why I went for what I did, and I don't know which is the right way to do it because it sounds like both of them have equally as many drawbacks. Z clipping was a huge issue for my map. I mean, you saw that when you played it. It was almost unplayable with the Z clipping, but I don't know of a way around that because even when you just scale down the player, your Z plane still doesn't scale, so you still clip into things. I don't know. I don't think there's a solution for that yet. My least favorite thing about the map is the puzzle solution of gaining access to the teleporter was not obvious, and there was no signposting. There were also collision bugs and Z clipping. Player is scaled down. What would I improve about this map if given the chance? I would add more props and clipping to the mini porter desk. That is easier for the player to get back on the send pad or navigate around in general. I would also like to do some bug fixing and polishing, make collisions work better. Let's see how Mega Mania shook out. Over here. I'm gonna move back. Actually, back. Okay. That work? Yeah, that works. So now you guys can see my my scores. I think that all fits on the screen now. So, that in mind, I never figured out exactly how I want to weight my scores. If I sort by total average score, so you have the Deep Afar was my top pick. I think that one was obvious just from the concept. I mean, when you think about Mega Mania as a challenge, doing a Scorn-like game fits the bill very well. Cigarette 1 came in close behind. Total average score, Deep Afar was 88. Total average score of Ziggurat 1 was 83. But with the bonus, it was 78 and 74. They're about the same offset. And with the weighted average, actually Ziggurat 1 came out just barely above the Deep Afar. It's interesting that those are like neck and neck. I think they're very similar. They both have a lot of custom content. The Deep Afar, I think, was a little bit more creative with the NPCs, but that might not be fair because Ziggurat 1 had more combat. Like it had like combat encounters with humanoid enemies that had guns. So it's not really comparable because Deep Afar is more like jump scares with creatures just kind of leaping out at you. Ziggurat 1 had like cover positions and grenade throwing and corner peeking and all that stuff. But I think level of quality wise, those two are very close. So it makes sense that the scores are so close together. Incident report is right behind that. Get very close. Incident report I loved. Incident report might even be my personal favorite. Like I like the Deep Afar and Ziggurat 1 so much, but Incident report felt like, even though it wasn't like quite as like mind-blowing as the Deep Afar and Ziggurat 1, like in terms of like just the visual presentation, I feel like it was a more complete package that had like different enemy types. It had like the boss battle with the tank. There's a lot of different like ways you can move around. Actually, I guess Incident Report technically has fewer enemy types than the Deep Afar because it just has the zombies, right? But the tank battle was really creative. It felt like there were interesting puzzles. It was like an interesting environment to explore, and I felt like Incident Report had more of a beginning, middle, and end. Even though it didn't have much of a beginning, I didn't know who the character was, and the ending was bugged for me. But it felt like there was more of a progression to me. So I don't know. Between those three, they're very close. After that, the scores get kind of weird for me because revitalization is the next one that I have. I don't know if that makes sense to me because I didn't really like revitalization that much. I had a really hard time playing it. It's a map about jumping puzzles, and I really just don't like jumping puzzles in general. Revitalization is meant to be a take on White Knuckle. Talking. I'll even change my stream category. How about that? just chatting. So Revitalization was a white knuckle like. It was very well made. It was a good level. It had a style to it. It had like a filter that made it look more pixelated, like white knuckle, and custom voice lines and such. But man, I got so frustrated trying to do those jumps. It was really rough. And so I feel like the score is a bit too high relative to how much I enjoyed playing it. Maybe this is one where my weighted score actually makes more sense. Because, yeah, I didn't enjoy that one as much. Microcosm is next. That's my own entry. I'm pretty happy with it. In fact, the more I talk about it, the more happy with it I am. Again, Dr. Zelinsky, the character, the voice acting with Rodent Girl, the progression, the beginning, middle, and end narrative, having a protagonist that has like a backstory. I'm pretty thrilled with the results, except for the fact that the main mechanic, the shrinking, didn't really work very well, especially with the puzzles. After that, I have serial peripheral interface. Now, this is confusing to me because that one had some problems. I mean, I like the concept of serial peripheral interface a lot. It was really cool to have a map that's focused on like NPCs fighting each other, and I like the idea of like equipping the NPCs, but it was more of a concept than like a completed map. So that's another one where I think the weighted score might be more accurate. Maybe I'll try doing sorting by weighted average after this. Next on the list we have Undertopia. I liked Undertopia a lot. In fact, I think that one deserves to be higher. That probably deserves to be, subjectively, I would say, after Incident Report and before Revitalization. I thought Undertopia was just such a nice, like, straightforward, fun Half-Life 2 style map. So I don't know why the score is so low on that one. Maybe it's because the engagement had some problems? I don't remember what the issues were. Was it just because the story didn't make sense or something? Like, I didn't get stuck. I don't know why the score would be so low on that one. That doesn't seem right. Which shows me 3 Minds of AD. 3 minutes of ads. I'm sorry about that. Didn't realize there was an ad break. Oligar Complex, I feel very mixed about, because thinking back on it, I remember it a lot more fondly than I think I felt in the moment. I got very frustrated playing it because I got lost, and because the ending had a bug that prevented me from completing it. So I was very frustrated when I played Telgar Complex, but I appreciate it a lot from just an artistic perspective of like, it's such a cool environment and you get to like explore and it tells a little story. So I think maybe my scores did that a little bit dirty, but I was very frustrated with the gameplay. Nightmare World also, I feel like, let's see. Yeah, the scores are a bit contentious there. Nightmare World, I don't know, like, I can't explain what about it I didn't like very well. It was very visually well put together. It had some good combat encounters, but it just felt like such a non sequitur to me. I'm like, why are we in a nightmare world? What does it mean? You know, how did we get here? Some of the custom assets kind of clashed. Like they had a song that, like a chiptune song early on that I just didn't get why that was there. That kind of like took me out of it a little bit. Operation Avalon was by T-Op, and that was fun. I think T-Op is getting really good at mapping, and I want to collaborate with him again. Like, why don't I do more projects with him? He's been my friend for a really long time. I got him into mapping, but he's done so many cool things on his own without any input from me whatsoever. Integrated Circuit was a dumpster fire. I am in love with the concept of having 2 different maps where your choices affect the other one. That was such a cool concept, and I was just so sad that the map didn't work. because I wanted to play a map with that concept. And finally, Piston doesn't really deserve to be last. I think it was just a very short map without any interactions. And I also remember being very disappointed that you pick up some weapons, but you don't get to use them. So it felt like it was cut off too early. But it was a good map. I mean, visually, I thought it had a cool style. It was kind of like the movie Cube, and I do enjoy that. So I think that one probably deserved to have a higher rating. Let me try sorting by weighted average and see if it fixes. When I sort by weighted average, the first thing I notice is that Ziggurat 1 replaced the DPFR. Those are really close, so that makes sense to me. Serial peripheral interface is still above Undertopia, which I don't know. Undertopia deserved a higher rating, if I'm being honest. Inter-integrated circuit being last is fair. I think most of these scores I'm happy with. I just want to bump up Undertopia. I don't know why that ended up so low on the list. But yeah, what an interesting challenge this has been. Some of the maps really frustrated me. This has been more of a mixed bag. I feel like after Halloween Horror 7, I was kind of riding this high of like almost all of the Halloween Horror 7 maps were mind-blowingly good to me, or at least fun. Like some of them weren't like amazing, but like most of them were, and the ones that weren't were still fun. Except there was like one experimental map that was like Five Nights at Freddy's that I didn't really like, but I still appreciated that that the person made it. So I thought maybe that was setting a new precedent of like I'm expecting the baseline. The bar has been raised, and that's not really how it works. Like, a lot of these I had issues with, not because the maps were bad, but because they didn't speak to my style of gameplay, or I got frustrated, or there were bugs. It's not like a fundamental design issue. It's more of like, sometimes things don't work out the way you expect them to. And I definitely had that with Microcosm. I had some bugs, I had some design issues. So I would say Mega Mania as a whole is less stable than earlier challenges. It's been a bumpier ride, more ups and downs. But especially those top three, Ziggurat 1, the Deep Afar, and Incident Report, were just so good. I had a lot of fun with this challenge. Which ones were bonus entries? I'm just curious. So, like, I2C was a bonus. Ziggurat 1 was a bonus. And Undertopia was a bonus. Interesting. Okay. If Ziggurat 1 was a bonus, how would that affect if I was a judge? I'm not a judge. For the record, I'm not a judge. My scores are just for me. They don't matter. But Ziggurat 1 being bonus is really interesting, because then we have like the Deep Afar, Incident Report, and awarding myself. Interesting that my next one is Serial Peripheral Interface. That really surprises me. Let me look at my answers for Undertopia real quick. I see why Undertopia scored so badly. Okay, the reason why Undertopia scored so badly is because it doesn't have unique puzzle mechanics. It doesn't have a defined protagonist. It doesn't use an NPC in a unique way. But basically, like, the reason why my scoring system rated it so low is because it plays it really safe, which I think is also what I enjoyed about Undertopia. Like, it doesn't do anything crazy that makes the map hard to play. Kind of a solid map. So that actually worked against it according to the rubric that I set up. My rubric is kind of like rewarding entries that have more ambitious ideas, or they're trying to do something different or unique. So I don't know. Maybe I need to think about that a little bit more. Maybe I need to come up with more categories that will give points to maps that just stick to a simple concept and do it really well. Something for me to consider, but thankfully I'm not a judge, so my scores don't stick. These are just for my own, like, reviewing purposes to see how would I break down these maps if I had to try to objectively rank them. But all the maps took a lot of effort by the creators and deserve to be commended, even the ones that I had issues with. It's currently 12:16 a.m. for me, so I think I'm going to wrap up the stream here. But thank you so much for everyone who watched, and thank you again, Frantic. I don't think you're still there, but Frantic, I really appreciate the 5 gift subs. Means a lot to me. Wasn't expecting that. Hi, Gildon. Welcome. Sorry, I'm just wrapping up the stream now. We just finished. The Deep Afar was really good, and integrated circuit gave me a lot of issues when I played. Good stream. Oh, thanks, Donuts. Thanks for Donkulus. I appreciate you watching the stream, by the way, and I really liked watching your playthrough of Microcosm. What did you play? I played, let's see which one. Undertopia, Operation Avalon. Nope, sorry. Ones. I believe it was Undertopia, Operation Avalon, Serial Peripheral Interface, Integrated Circuit, and the Deep Afar was what I played today. So one more thing before I go for today. I plan to stream Saturday afternoon. I don't know what I'm gonna stream because I had intended to stream Map Labs reviewing. I have 2 options right now. I'm looking at either playing Resident Evil 2 Remake or trying to map for the next Map Labs challenge. Pretty good amount of maps. Yeah, 12 maps is a good challenge. I think more than 12 maps becomes kind of unmanageable, and fewer is fine. I mean, some challenge, not every challenge can have 12 maps, but 12 maps is a good number. That's what I'm trying to say. It's decent. I think it's the same that Halloween Horror 7 had. I hope next Map Labs of Halloween is more spooky for you to build. I don't know. I know I want to make more maps this year. There's a few things in the pipeline. I'm not sure what's going to happen next, but I'll be back on Saturday. I still need to decide if I'm going to do a mapping stream or not. If I do a mapping stream, it'll be a little bit different because we don't have much time for the challenge, but I'll be trying to do Gary's mod. I've never done it before. So that might be flying by the seat of our pants. High chance of failure. Noting this down, anti-scary theme. No, not the anti-scary theme. I like scary themes. I just like doing like more than just scary. You know what I mean? Like I like horror a lot, actually. I'm a huge horror fan, but I like that the Halloween horrors are like kind of a mix. Like Mechanophobia, I was a little bit worried that it wasn't going to be scary enough because it isn't really horror, but I think it worked really well for that challenge. So yeah, no, I hope it's spooky. But I hope you guys have a great Friday. And I will see you on Saturday. Let's find somebody to raid. Let's see. Jolly is streaming. There's one guy who's streaming Mass Effect. I could raid. I had a channel in mind to raid earlier, and I think they stopped streaming. Man, it always happens. You on Sunday? Yeah, see you, Gildan. I guess that's Sunday for you. You guys want to see Vampire the Masquerade, or do you want to see Jolly playing Sniper Killer? Good hustle, champ. Thanks. I appreciate it. And thank you again for helping me, supporting me with the challenge. It means a lot to me. Let's raid Wink if you're alive, playing Vampire the Masquerade. Have a good one, everybody. Good night.